Good evening. Tonight, we're going to be doing the Omega Raid series from start to finish with all of the story with Smol Kai and me, Caetsu Chaiji. So, that is of course Smol Kai's side quest, and hopefully some of you will be joining me for some of the encounters. Remember that if you want to join me for the raids, all you have to do is, well, at the very least, you need to make sure you're also progressing on the story alongside me if you don't have it yet. Or you would have to have completed it beforehand. The important thing is that you can access the raids alongside me. That is it. And then you also have to be on an EU data center so that you can visit Alpha Light. Hey Sindra, hey Kitsuneko, hey Te, and hey Aradel. I hope you're all doing well. Hello world! Amokius says depends on which jobs you need. Usually, we figure out what we need as we go. As in, sometimes people will have to get, you know, get a little flexible about what job they really want to play so that we can all be there. And usually there's space for a little bit of everything, I'm pretty sure. Hey Siren, hey Hassan, hey Orion, and hey Cat Diamond. Hope you're all doing very well. Wow, these hides are really valuable. Like, incredibly valuable. Right. It was in Ralgus Reach. Now we'll of course be playing it as Astrologian. There's a reason why we went through all the trouble of leveling Astrologian all the way. So that we can use it for the Stormblood stuff.
Kaetsu, thank the gods you're here. We need your help. In case you haven't heard, we've set up operations in Ralgus Reach while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going, I'm sorry to say, and we still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shinryu. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We know now that Shinryu ended up in the Imperial's hands, and that it was shackled with some very distinctive-looking bindings when they found it. Obviously, only you-know-what could have done something like that, and the fact that the restraints were still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it to either. Anyway, we were getting close to identifying Omega's whereabouts when we encountered what you might call a problem. Mayhap, it would be best if you came to the workshop and saw for yourself.
It's been we've been hard at work trying to find Omega. In the meantime, you've like saved the world and stuff. Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. Wait, what is that quest? Ha! Huh. That is pretty funny. You can't get this dungeon because it's the hard version of this other dungeon. Hasan says, man, top P5 is painful. I could imagine. And yeah, the larboard starboard thing is a classic. We have larboard is left. And starboard is the other one. It gets extra funny because for me, because often I'll do, like, if I'm doing normal raid roulettes or something, it's very likely that I'll do it as a tank on my main. And for that reason, I see, like, I have Omega facing me often enough that I'm like, well, larboard is left. But for who? Is it my left or Omega's left? Is he the problem? Boss is left. Yeah, indeed. It is easy to forget in the moment. Surprised? Aye, so were we. He's been brought in as a consultant, believe it or not. How many times do I have to tell you? You will play no part in this investigation. Your motives were dubious from the first, and nothing you have done since has served to make them any clearer. Out of necessity, I agreed to take part in Omega's activation, but that will be the extent of our cooperation. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues. Not very chiefly of you, Chief. I'll have you know, I'm a sensitive new recruit who thrives on encouragement. I mean, he's not wrong. That is narrow in a nutshell. Then I trust you'll thrive elsewhere when I encourage you to piss off. Oh. I'll not have him on our roster, Jesse. Never mind, anywhere near our work. His employment is to be terminated, effective immediately. The thing is, Chief, we've already paid him in full, and it wasn't exactly a pittance either. 4/5 what you get was the agreement. Look, whatever disagreements you might have had in the past, the fact is, we could do with his expertise now. Let him earn his keep, at the very least. I don't believe this. You claim my wholly justified ventures represent an unsustainable risk to the ironworks, and then pay him a sultan's ransom in advance? Him? Give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now, on account of which we've had to put the investigation on hold. This exact situation has been a while now, meaning that Sid has been like, fire him. Nira's been like, but I'm a new recruit. And then Jesse's been like, we paid him a lot. And then Sid is like, ugh. And then goes, you should fire him. Let me know how it goes. I'm leaving. Let's investigate by ourselves. Hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. As much as I admire your enthusiasm, hero, you will not get very far without some brains to complement your admirable brawn. Rude? I'm an astrologian, I'm very smart. Happily, I am blessed with a surfeit of the former. From this moment forth, you shall be my chaperone. With the realm's savior watching my every move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which should surely serve to allay my employer's concerns. Forgive me, Caetsu. It was not my intent to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you were here, seeing as you are, though, I cannot deny that I would be glad to have you on board. The fact is, we are no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's powers, and even if it was damaged during its encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful that we will be able to disable it unaided. We've got as far as identifying its likely resting place, but I for one would feel a lot more confident about surveying the area well with you around to deal with any unexpected surprises. Might I persuade you to lend us a hand once more, old friend? Then it's settled. That's true. I actually have to put on my wizard hat specifically to become smart. Siren says, I like how in game on my screen Kai is talking to absolutely no one. Yeah, that happens sometimes with quest NPCs. Chief, we have a problem. The etheric concentration levels at the yawn are soaring. Our readings doubled from one moment to the next. By the time we went to check them, they doubled again. What? But that could only mean... Evacuate the site. I shall handle this matter personally. Biggs, Wedge, Caetsu. I need you with me at the yawn, to the south of here. That's where we believe Omega came to rest. Jesse, hold the fort while I'm gone, and, if possible, continue surveillance from a safe distance.
Alright, Chief. Watch yourself out there.
What? Am I to stay and mind the shop too? Oh no, I'm not letting you out of my sight, but before you fill the room with maniacal laughter, I want you to remember something. When you collected your inexplicably lavish fee, the Ironworks Creed became your creed. That's freedom through technology, in case you've forgotten, not supremacy through elegant ingenuity. Reach this contract, and I will have my pawns of flesh. How much is a pawns? Eh. This is the pickup spot. It's pound. Right. Got the spirit, not the intellect. Oh man. I'm very, very wise. But not very smart. Does that mean that I'm looking at this whole situation and saying, "Ah, I think this is a bad idea, but I don't know why. I don't understand why." Also, Nero is a very cool character. It just often gets awkward when Sid and Nero are in the same place, because they don't really see eye to eye. Or, well, Sid doesn't see eye to Nero, but Nero doesn't really care. Not really. What in the seven hells is going on here? I didn't expect soup. A veritable sea of condensed ether. Our Precious has been busy.
Our Precious.
Someone says, what villainy is this? And it is Midgardsormr. In slumber sweet have I lain since mine offspring's war with man did end. Yet I could not choose but stir at this abhorrent stench. Have care, mortal, for within this great hollow lieth Omega. Long have we known one another, our history spanneth eons and stars.
Oh gosh, what's happening?
Chief, get out of there! Never mind. Oh no, one of my 50 alpha statuettes littering my guild house escaped. It sprung to life and escaped. You're not dead. Apparently not. It passed straight through me, as if it were some sort of illusion. An illusion. This is one of Omega's creations. Omega is a weapon wrought in a place beyond the reach of thy kind, capable of weaving ether into life. That serpent is yet unfinished, but doubt not that it will become a corporeal threat ere long. Well, whatever it is, it's gone. While this peculiar thing remains. It's a chocobo, Nero. It's just very cartoonish and tiny.
Quah? If it looks like a chocobo and quails like a chocobo, I'm thinking it's probably a chocobo.
Do you speak English, sir? Very true, Gassel. It's interesting how they managed to circle this back into the MSQ at one point.
Quah?
The way it queers isn't unlike a chocobo, but it looks more like a stuffed doll to me.
It's definitely a chocobo. Trust me on this. The ones we Lalafels ride are all about this size, aren't they?
Not exactly. You're close, Wedge, but not exactly, although that would be hilarious. I suppose. Aye, alright. Let's go with Chocobo for now. Thy mistress's blessing extendeth not unto this creature's soul, then. Very well, as this matter concerneth Omega, I shall speak with it in thy stead. Caetsu, aren't you going to introduce us to your knowledgeable little dragon friend? What? The Midgardsormr? Who fought and fell at the Battle of Silver-Tier Skies? And here I was, content to be traveling in the company of just one legend. Without wishing to offend you, hero, the Father of Dragons does have something you do not, that being relevant knowledge. There's much we could learn from him. Little and less is known about Omega's origin. It first appeared in records dating back to the Third Astral Era, before the Allagan Empire reached its zenith, and said records had but the one thing to say. Omega activation successful. In the centuries that followed, the Allagans enjoyed rapid technological development, but there was nary a further mention of Omega until its capture of Bahamut. Its existence is a mystery among mysteries, a tale among tales. It was always assumed that the Allagans built it, and I had no reason to believe otherwise. But now Midgardsormr tells us that it's not even of our world. Just so. It haileth from another star. More than that I will not say. Why not? I've spoken with this being. It speaks fluent Japanese, and I don't, so I have no idea what he's saying. Just kidding, it telleth of a strange plane beyond this hollow, wherein it did reside from the moment of its creation. For reasons unknown, it was ordered to fight, yet being weak, it chose flight instead, and thus crossed over onto this world. Ordered to fight? By Omega? Why in the Seven Hells would it do that? To put its creations to the proof. If you would know more, go forth and look upon the truth with your own eyes.
Wait, you're saying we should jump in?
Yes, jump in the soup. You have not to fear from the fall. The hollow hath become a portal into Omega's domain. Once there, this being shall guide you. One quay at a time. Servant of Hydaelyn, fate bindeth me to Omega. If it be thine intent to pursue it, I shall lend thee my strength. Excellent. +1 strength gained. We'll flip into the soup.
So you, really can show us around inside the hole, can you? Quack! Quack!
Gleaming says, I only realized the chocobo scale to player sizes when my partner, minimum height aura, was sitting next to me. It's quite funny when you see, like, a Lalafell on the chocobo next to, like, a Regadin. It's also quite funny because when they're used as companions, you know, with Giselle Greens, the chocobo is still the same size. So if you have, like, a Regadin hanging out with their companion somewhere, you'll just be, like, as a Lalafell or even, like, an aura or something, you're just going to be like, who brought a T-Rex? Well, I doubt any of us imagined things would come to this, but the Father of Dragons has given us his assurance. Let us take our investigation into the yawn. I've already apprised Jessie of our intent and instructed her to have our engineers on standby. Since we have no way of knowing what awaits us in there, I need you to be ready for anything. Are you? Oh. I have to leave the party for this solo duty. Imagine if Alpha was just lying and you disintegrate the moment you fall into the soup. That's just the end of Final Fantasy XIV right there. Just whee plop. Let us begin. Hi, I'm back. It's me again. So are you jumping first? Am I jumping first? Who's jumping first? No one will ever know. Just imagine I did a flip, alright?
What is this place?
And what's wrong with us? I can see straight through me.
Ah. Well, well, I'm fully corporeal though, so that's on you guys.
Welcome, Alpha. Welcome home, Alpha. Welcome, mortals. I am a level checker. Hey, Licky. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while. I am Omega, and I have awaited your coming. I communicate with you now via one of my monitors. You stand in the rift between dimensions, where a vital experiment is presently in progress. Your participation is appreciated. Please indicate your consent. Beep. Experiment. If you want our participation, you'll have to tell us a little more than that.
Ah! We're disappearing!
Non-participating entities will be summarily erased. Please indicate your consent. Beep. Indicate consent after the beep. It seems we can't even exist here without Omega's leave. Guy dies the stream. I think it's fairly clear what we have to do, don't you?
Chocobo, what should we do?
Whatever should we do? Indeed, queer. Thank you for your cooperation. You are provisionally assigned to the Alpha Group. Welcome back to the soup. Welcome to the soup with eggs. All over the place. Monitor eggs. Looks like some manner of tower. Or egg. Why not both? The level checkers are coming. Beep boop. They're going to come and check your levels. The aim of the experiment is to determine the mightiest being in creation. To that end, 89 candidates have been selected and recreated. They are grouped by dimension, matched by strength, and pitted against one another. That which you identify as a chocobo is Subject Alpha, and you have been assigned to its group. This assignation is tentative, however, pending an assessment of your fitness to serve as fully fledged test subjects. Your combat capabilities will be evaluated shortly. Egg Towers trademarked by Dr. Eggman. Combat capabilities? You mean you want us to fight? No, I want you to have tea. Affirmative. A course shall be constructed for this purpose, through which you must attempt to fight your way. Your suitability will be confirmed upon reaching the Deltascape test world beyond. Please note, however, that only entities with existential authorization may interact with objects in the rift. Of your number, only Alpha has this at present. Before you may engage in combat, said authorization must be temporarily transferred to you. Beep, boop. Well, you look happy to be here. Ha! An invitation from Omega itself. Not even I could have foreseen this. We're accepting it, of course. It's preferably to summary erasure, as I'm sure you'll agree. Alpha, was it? My colleagues and I are minded to participate in Omega's experiment. Will you transfer your authorization to us? The what? Sorry, I'm a pacifist. Oops. Alpha with the homeworld being Alpha? Coincidence? I think not. Indeed. That's why we're here. Beep. Existential authorization transferred. Subjects ready to engage. Please begin at your own convenience and proceed as directed. Look! There's more soup! All the soup! It's a soup elevator! One level checker. Oh look, he brought a gunblade. Nice. That's very Guardian of you, Nero. Oh. Why are you invulnerable? Well, that would have hurt a lot had it landed. How are you pulling theoretical stars into another dimension? With great difficulty. Another cube. The magic of celestial soup. Aha! There's soup all around us. What's it turning into? Get your straws and spoons ready. That's the spirit. Who is that Pokemon? It's an orb, apparently. You know, Nero, you should use that attack more. It looked like it did a lot of damage. Ah, right. Of course. It could be Voltorb. Maybe it's like, instead of Volt Orb, it's Fire Orb, because it was a white flame, but it was an orb. What was the point of the elevator when they can do this? Electrode. A big ball whose signature feature is that it self-destructs. Ah, Omega being... That would explain why he would go through the trouble of both having elevators and teleporters simultaneously. Just because... Oh, like both Voltorb and Electrode can learn Explosion. I'm pretty confident, at least, on that one. What is the name of these mobs? A Bald Anders? Bald Anders? Indeed. Not only can Blue Mage learn Self-Destruct, they can also learn Final Sting. 2 variants. They can also learn to just heal someone else. Baldanders from Final Fantasy V. And 13. Hey, look at the magic. Oh, you're doing well. Oh, I know, Chelsea. It was about to say not only can you learn that, but you can learn all like you can learn a bunch of other things too. Is this a faulty behemoth? It seems like it's not very good at casting anything other than trounce. Well, good luck. Good luck, look at the magic. I hope you will get it consistent as well. Hey, HK, hope you're doing well. That's our goal. That's our goal. The Deltascape, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think is waiting for us in there? Omega said that it groups subjects by dimension. If the creatures we fought on the way were merely intended to separate the wheat from the chaff, it would seem certain that far greater challenges await inside these egg-like objects, our fellow test subjects most like. But I'm not certain what to make of that castle. Could it somehow be connected to the subjects? Quack! Alpha, but hold on a moment. Shouldn't either one or the other of us be translucent? Yep. Subjects confirmed to have arrived at the Deltascape. Analysis complete. Congratulations, you are approved for participation. Your strength places you in the self-same tier as Alpha, the feeblest and farthest removed from myself. Rude? Nonetheless, you are now fully fledged test subjects. Welcome, weakest of challengers. As corporeal life forms, you need not undergo development within a test world. Instead, you may use this space freely. Not quite what I would have chosen, but one must make do. Speaking of which, what is it that we're supposed to do exactly? You are to enter the Deltascape and defeat all test subjects within. Please note, however, that strength in numbers will not be acknowledged. There's a strict limit upon how many entities may participate in combat. Only a small party may have existential authorization transferred from Alpha. Good luck. Beep. So the eggs do contain our fellow test subjects, just as I predicted, eh, Garland? Before we turn our thoughts to the Deltascape, I suggest we set up a base of operations here. In Computerland and Soup. In Soupy Computerland. I think it's fine, Orion. Like, I could do the quests as a DPS, but I don't think it's going to be like a huge difference. It's some... Oh, sorry, just a moment. It's somewhat coupled together, but this should suffice as a base of operations. Yeah, that is coupled together. You made it like this. Take heart, old friend. Though every step we take seems to raise more questions, we will wade through this mire of mysteries eventually. That I have no doubt. Right then, what to do next? We know that Omega is conducting tests to determine the strongest being, but we do not know its ultimate purpose, not even its exact whereabouts. Plainly, however, it is within Omega's power to curtail our stay here whensoever it chooses. Accordingly, we have little choice but to proceed as bidden and defeat the test subjects waiting in the Deltascape. Well, Alpha certainly seems keen, though it might be best if you left the fighting to others, little one. The what? That is, of course, assuming others are willing. What say you, old friend? Hey, Archiebuster. Hope you're doing well. This promises to be a most entertaining foray, and I would not dream of missing any part of it. You may rely on me to provide you with remote support. With commendable foresight, I took the liberty of borrowing the various monitors that were lying around, and I shall extract all the information I can from them.
Quack! Quack!
It's a pity none of us speaks Chocobo. As I recall, though, we are supposed to have Alpha transfer his authorization to us prior to engaging in combat. In which case, Caetsu, you'll need him to accompany you into the Deltascape. See to your preparations and proceed whenever you are ready. Hey, Orion's here.
Quack! Quack!
Alpha appears eager to proceed. You may enter Deltascape V1.0 whenever you're ready. Alright, so let's see. Oh. I thought I had to wake him up. Is there anyone else in the chat who would like to come along? Don't know if you also want to come along. I'm curious. Well, that makes a 7. Do we have an 8th? Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing, Orion. Are you ready? Are you ready, Orion? Yes. And let's see our group right now. We have 2 healers, 2 tanks, and 3 DPS. So I think we're balanced. Yeah, we can wait for you, Cat Damon, if you want. Would you like to come along? Okay, then let me know when you're here. if I remember correctly with these raids, the thing that makes them not take too long is that there's like a significant like build up to a specific fight most of the time, or like to a specific raid tier. Like there's a big intro and then there's like almost like fights back to back. Like there might be a little cutscene between them and such, but for the most part there's only like a lot of build up for each raid tier edition. I do remember that there's a very significantly long cutscene, all things considered, before the 12th fight. It's the fastest tournament arc in the world. Yeah, it's all condensed into one evening. Did they make a kettle? Right. Let's see, we have... Right now, we have 2 melee DPS and 2 ranged physical. And then we have 2 tanks and 2 healers. We're pretty balanced. The only thing we could do even better than that is if we had a mage. But that is not needed. I'm mainly mentioning this because let's talk about who need what of advice on what to pick as a DPS. HK says hi to Aradil from me. Oh well, Aradil, I'm sure is also watching the chat. That is Gelano. Caetsu, do you hear me? Your opponent is called Alderoide. No idea what the name means, but good luck. Thanks, Sid. Helpful as always. I don't know what his name means. Good luck. Bombs. How about some circle AoEs? I don't quite remember this fight myself either. I think there's something along the lines of his tank buster, I'm pretty sure, specifically targets the tank and whoever's closest to the tank, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm pretty sure it has like a beam to the secondary target. Yep, that's the one. Whoops. I managed to give a card to myself by accident. That's always awkward. Oh, downburst. How long has my dot been off? L plus ratio. Big F's in the chat for my dot or something, I guess. Hey Tristan, hope you're doing well. Oh. Isn't P1S supposedly incredibly easy as well? I don't know about that, but I know that P1N was soloable by a tank when it was current. Like, when the newest raid tier was the first raid tier in Endwalker, a tank could solo the first boss on normal with no issue, aside from the fact that it took a really, really long time. Oh yes, I got all the things! Well done, my friend. We were lucky enough to witness every moment of your struggle via the Deltascape's various surveillance devices. I dare say we had a better view than you did. Gaining control over them was the extent of our accomplishments for this outing, though I suppose we did also learn your adversary's name. Rest assured, however, that there will be plenty more such outings. Preliminary analysis suggests that there are 4 combatants in the Deltascape all told, including your friend Alderoid. Yes, my friend. Which means you will be required to win 3 further bouts, with deltas 2 to 4 in this test world alone. Needless to say, there are plenty more such worlds in the Rift, holding the remaining 85 subjects between them. Plainly, our host has gone to no small amount of trouble. Quite why it is so obsessed with determining the strongest being is another question. Omega seeketh to improve itself, to evolve. This was ever its primary directive. Through contending with mighty foes, it groweth stronger. Having vanquished the vile simulacrum you call Shinryu, a greater adversary was needed. In the absence of such a being, it had but to create one. So in the name of self-improvement, it wants to make a new playmate, and it chose to undertake the task here to avoid outside interference, yes? In part. The making of life is not Omega's primary function. It bringeth complex beings into the corporeal realm only at great cost to itself. As such, it employeth this plane to test unfinished works, that it might determine a single entity worthy of creation. If I understand you correctly, the moment Omega's grand experiment is complete, it will give birth to a creature mightier even than Shinryu and then proceed to fight it? Gods help us all if a battle of that scale should come to pass. The powers unleashed would be enough to bring about another calamity. Assuming the dragon has a right of it, all test subjects must needs be works in progress. Save for ourselves, of course, but how then do we explain Alpha? As I recall, it manifested corporeally outside the rift. Then again, it is hardly the most complex of creatures. Mayhap it was finished by accident.
Don't you make fun of Alpha. He's a good boy, and if it hadn't been for him, we would all have been erased. He might not be strong, but he's brave and reliable and adorable.
Whatever. Changing the subject for a moment, Chief. After you lost track of Omega, you said you re-engaged its stasis systems, right? Meaning something somewhere isn't working like it should. I only ask because me and Witch have done pretty much all we can here, and we're wondering if it might be worth going to Cardinal to look into it. That would be a great help. Nera and I can handle things at this end. We'll be off then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, eh?
And you be a good boy, Alpha. Do as you're told and look after Caetsu for me.
Tristan says, I had some free company friends to take me through Palace of the Dead for my first time. That sounds great. We must pray that Biggs and Wedge are able to repair the stasis system. If they can't, we will have little choice but to see Omega's experiment all the way to its bitter conclusion. A tall order, I concede, and one that would require you to prove yourself the mightiest being in creation. No problem. Well, we must hope for the best and plan for the worst, which in this case means pressing on with the tests. Are you ready for the next foray? One moment, Chief. My analysis is yet incomplete, but it would seem Subject Delta 2 is capable of manipulating gravity. How fortunate, then, that I but recently chanced to assemble something which might mitigate its effects, an anti-gravity gimbal. May it serve you well. How convenient. How extremely convenient.
Quah, quah.
Alpha appears eager to proceed. Nero's trying to be cooler than he really is with those goofy sunglasses. To be fair, he's been wearing those sunglasses basically forever. Is Orion here? Calling Orion. Calling Orion. Toot toot. Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Please leave your message after the beep. Beep! Orion! 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 Dun 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 dun. Or something. Ah, there it is. Catastrophe, a fitting name for the havoc it will doubtless wreak. Have fun now. I always have trouble remembering exactly how this works. An evil sphere, that's what you are. Time to cast myself. It looked like only the people that were at the same height actually got hit by the stag marker. That's a little scary. Is this the noodle mechanic? It's the noodle mechanic! The noodliest of mechanics. Hey Steve, hope you're doing well. The noodle monster. It's a noodle monster that summons the noodles. A great ball of noodles. Is that like the cookie monster but for noodles? It could be. Wait. Yup. Not good. I don't think I'll dodge that even though I was running away. Oh, I did dodge that. That's good at least. Noodles! Noodles! Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I'm very surprised how quickly we get the bosses down. Like, I feel like we get them down quite early, but is it because we're just not having any deaths? Exactly, we skipped the ceiling through mechanic. But usually there's like a whole bunch of people that go down at some point in the fight. We're just that good. It's quite wild what you can accomplish when you have like a decently prepared team. Maybe you need to do minimum item level. How about I'll make a I'll like ask the group in game when we get to the third one if we want to try minimum item level. And says, are you saying yes to all the loot anyway? Yeah. Look, when we did Alexander, I said I was offended that people didn't open the boxes and leave me so that all the loot dropped in my inventory. So you just let me have all the loot. It's intentional. I don't know if I'll use it, but now I have it. A rousing performance made possible by my anti-gravity gimbal. Lest you wonder, you are not supposed to be able to descend of your own volition. The device worked quite as intended. It just wasn't intended for use on living. Well, let's just say it wasn't exactly its intended use. At any rate, that's another mighty foe laid low, and may I say that I had every faith he would succeed. It was a big ball of noodles, after all. Oh, by the way, Wolf's Den Pierre music. Come on down, come on down. I doubt we'll be hearing from Biggs and Wage for a while yet. Shall we push on here in the meantime? Reliable as ever. Without further ado then, let us move things along. According to the analysis, your next opponent, Delta 3, is a being named Halicarnassus. Halicarnassus, you say? The Queen of Dimension Castle. What's this? You know of her? You mean you don't? Well, I suppose a blue-blooded brat such as you would have no interest in humble folk tales. Bruh. It appears a lesson is in order. Halicarnassus is a character from an ancient fable. In the tale, she is one of the chief antagonists, and as such, things are wont to unfold. She meets her end at the hands of the heroes. Incurably valiant youths, not unlike our adventurer friend here. Literary historians have speculated that the tale could be loosely based on events which took place in the 4th Astral Era, but little remains of that age, and there's no way to verify the claim. Indeed, most now assume the story to be a work of pure fiction. You mean to tell me that Omega is populating its grand experiment with fictional characters? No. No, that's not what Nero's saying. That's not at all what's happening. No, they're not fictional. Like, I don't know what you're saying, Sid. Are you crazy? It would seem your understanding is yet lacking. Scant grasp have I of that which men know and know not. Mark me then, Omega hath no soul, no mind's eye in which to envision a rival. To bring forth new life, it must needs draw upon that which hath already been, its every creation being another's conception. This limitation is concealed by the breadth of its experience. It possesses the means to retain the knowledge of entire eras, and not only of this reflection, yet it perceiveth not this knowledge as we do. Fact, fiction, the distinction holdeth no meaning for Omega. All is equal in its eyes. If a thing is logical, it can be created. Ah, ha, ha. That such a wondrous weapon should exist. It surpasses my wildest imaginings, and they were wild indeed. Well, I gather not everyone shares my excitement. What's the matter, Garland? Lost your nerve? Quiet. Quiet, Nero. We adults are thinking. Hey, Lawrence. Hope you're doing well. But mayhap now is not the time. Caetsu said she was ready to continue, and so am I. Let's deal with Halicarnassus. Let me just check here. 295. Wow. We'd lose like 100 item levels if we went in at minimum item level. I'm just asking in game now for those that are in the party if it's if anyone's particularly keen on doing it minimum item level. If you don't answer or respond at all, I'll assume you don't mind. It should be fine at minimum item level. The thing is, these fights were still made to be done in like a single session. This should still be perfectly doable. If it's too hard, we'll just, you know, stop being minimum item level for the next battle, or like if it's absolutely impossible, we'll just hop out and change. Steve says, if it can create anything it wants, you'd think it would make a replica Warrior of Light. I believe one of the specific... Let's see, what fools are these who have entered my domain? No matter. You shall remain here for my pleasure. I believe one of the main points of this story is that Omega does not understand what makes the Warrior of Light so powerful. So if Omega doesn't understand that, Omega wouldn't be able to make a proper Warrior of Light, right? So that's not actually logical, allegedly. Oh, ribbit. I like the enthusiasm of trying to jump over it. I just saw... Is it Siren? Just attempting to jump over the ribbit mechanic. Like, the idea is good. No, not. Such a silly mechanic. Panel swap. You want to be on the lit diagonal. It's a little counterintuitive that it is like that. I get that, but that's how it be. I feel like we're progressing pretty fast through this fight, all things considered. Ribbit. And whoop. You almost made it, Tristan. It was so close. So close. Uh-oh. I've been drawing a lot of queens in this battle, but not so bad. Because we've needed them. Are you ready for the escape room mechanic or something? Nani? Afternoon tea is over. Time for panel swap. You know the one. Oh, ribbit. I never noticed that. Apparently the person that gets through first gets like a massive damage and speed buff, it looks like. That was very lucky. I didn't realize we had a forced march on us at all. Despite being minimum item level, we still finished as a mechanic we hadn't seen yet was happening. That's incredible. I'm pretty sure I said it's a minimum item level, right? Overall DPS numbers seem lower in my Excel file. Nice, Orion. See you later, Emir. I'm glad you're safe, Kaetsu. For a moment there I feared you might croak. Forgive me, you deserve better than that. Thanks to you, we are but one victory away from clearing the Deltascape. Take as much rest as you need, old friend. You've earned it. It's time for the guy with a very edgy name. The next battle is with subject Delta 4, this test world's final resident. From what I have been able to gather, your opponent is, and I quote, a great tree born of an agglomeration of evil will, which assumes the form of a dark mage. All of which I suggest you ignore. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. His name is Exdeath, and he plays the role of chief antagonist in another ancient tale. Though I was unable to glean the specifics of his abilities, he appears to command the power of the void, as indeed the story states. When I first encountered the work, I naturally assumed said power to be a metaphor of sorts, but I'm quite sure Mega will have interpreted it as something more tangible. Alas, no amount of analysis can tell us what may happen when Exdeath calls upon the power of the void, which is to say, beware. Tell me something, Nero. What happens at the end of the tale? Why, good triumphs over evil and the heroes defeat Exdeath, of course. What did you expect? I expected exactly that, which is precisely what troubled me earlier. If the heroes won, why did Omega not make them its test subjects? If it seeks to determine the strongest being, why would it bother with those who were defeated? Sorry, my phone. One moment. Nick Pearl. Ah, Biggs, at the control room, are you? What news? I see. Very well, I'll tell the others. You two take care over there. Sorry for the interruption, that was Biggs. He reports that the stasis system shows every sign of being engaged, despite the fact that it clearly isn't. It can only be a malfunction. While we were able to turn it off, it would seem the reverse is not possible. The system may have taken damage during the calamity. Does it look like it can be repaired? Nope. Hard to say. They tell me it seems complex even by elegant standards. While they may be able to fix it, there's no telling how long it might take. Well then, we must keep on fighting the good fight here, must we not? Warrior of Light being like, perfect. Nero has the right of it. At this time, focusing on Exdeath would seem to be our only recourse. Quah! The Chocobo certainly has no objections. Come then, I would see you follow in the footsteps of the heroes of the tale. Quack, quack, quack! Alpha is the picture of Resolve. You may enter Deltascape v4.0 whenever you are ready. We're going to have finished like a third of the entire raid by the time a fourth of the session is over. Finally, it is in my grasp. The power to control all creation. The power of the void. That is an awkwardly inconvenient time for us to arrive then, isn't it? That was a random doom. Oh, whoops, that's pyretic. Ah, deep freeze, of course. Not the meanest deep freeze, though. And that was the circle AoE, right? Oh, the circle AoE comes again. Right? Nope. I think just to bring it up, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to tank switch at some point. Because Sip is getting stacking vulnerability debuffs against lightning damage specifically, and I just managed to override my card. IG Buster, we're doing it at minimum item level. That's the reason why I'm saying we might need to tank switch at some point as a potential danger, because we're doing it at minimum item level. Otherwise, normally there would be no need. But I don't even know if we're going to have another lightning tank buster. So I guess we'll take it when we get there. Oh. Was that the tank buster? Is it intentional that neither tank has their tank stance on? It looks like they're not on. Is that intentional? Just checking. He does a lot of damage, I'll say that much. There's a lot of stuff to be done for a healer. Those meteors are fun. It would probably not be an unhealthy suggestion to say that maybe you need to tank switch at some point, just in case he chooses to tank buster again. Don't know. Just mostly because I don't know what killed Sip. But we did it! Yeah, I agree, Steve. It does make it so that the fight is actually very challenging. Why? The Void was mine to command! We didn't command the Void. Sip, Dandrius is Amokius, I'm pretty sure. And Amokius said, and then turned on grit when I asked in the stream. just to be clear, I was checking. It was like I was actually targeting to check who had tank stands on, and neither had it. And then I saw grit appear when I asked about it. So it wasn't that Andreas didn't have, like, that Andreas had it and it was hidden. It wasn't on because, well, I'm pretty sure Andreas was expecting to off-tank the whole fight. There's no reason to. Wait, oh, I got the minion apparently. Yeah, I was also impressed that you kept aggro for that long by just sheer power of will. And I also mostly asked because I was noticing that we had DPS getting really close. Caetsu, thank the gods you're safe. When the shell around this place began to crack, we feared the worst. That is also true, Sip. I wasn't demanding that anyone in particular should do something. I just noticed that we were just like freestyling with no tank stance. Given that all of us are present and corporeal, does this mean this area is no longer the Deltascape? Beep. Deltascape shutdown complete. Alpha Group is victorious. Congratulations. Your combat record has been archived for future matchmaking. Results from other test worlds are still pending. In the meantime, please tend to your hurts and await further instructions. Beep. You have advanced to Silver League. And with that, we've taken a significant step towards solving the mystery that is Omega. It hasn't been easy, but all in all, I'd say things were proceeding rather smoothly. We couldn't have done it without you, old friend. Come, let us return to reality and enjoy what rest we can. But yeah, just to follow up on the tank buster thing, I don't know if you could survive like the third stack. I just thought that there was no reason to find out. Especially when we had that much healing coming out anyway. But you're right, Agibuster, you probably wouldn't need at all to tank switch in a normal run. Things are proceeding smoothly indeed. Too smoothly. Alpha like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you speak English? I mean, queer. 'Tis well that thou harbourest doubts, mortal, but they are misplaced. Omega could have conducted its tests in complete secrecy, unbeknown to all. Yet, not only did it betray its presence to you, it allowed you to come this far. Oh, you're still here. Alpha, what art thou, truly? The instrument of the mortal's triumph, or the bait that lures them onto the abyss? Thou knowest not thine own purpose. Then we can but watch and wait. Yeah, that's true, Chelsea. I believe the the reason why is mostly that people can't be bothered to tank switch. But ultimately, if it's a one-tank fight, it would be easier to just like alternate and make use of all of the defensives you have over the course of the fight. That makes perfect sense. Beep. Outcome unexpected. Projections gave Delta subjects the upper hand. Outcome supports hypothesis. As previously observed, certain beings may unleash hidden potential when subjected to stress. Initiating new test. Subject alpha group members to severe stress. Searching database for suitable event. Boop. Event found. The death of a comrade. Ah, it feels good to be back on solid ground. Thank you again, old friend. You did well too, Alpha, fearlessly going into battle whenever you were called upon. We're glad to have you with us. Speaking of which, are you comfortable joining us out here? Where? I'll take that as a yes. Well then, at the risk of obeying Omega's orders, I suggest we permit ourselves a moment's respite. But mayhap I should take this opportunity to compile the results of our investigation thus far. No rest for the righteous. Right then, let's head back to Ralgo's Reach. Jesse will want to know exactly what we've been up to. That is quite dark. You could have, you know, gone with something slightly less severe, but I suppose Omega does not have time to wait around. Like, I don't know, he could have, like, stolen my favorite candy bar or something like that. I'm pretty sure that would have had the same effect, just without all the loss, right? Just so excessive. Welcome back, Caetsu. I'm told you've been blazing a trail for us. The way I hear it, our investigation would have long since ground to a halt without you. I realize you're mostly interested in saving the world, but I want you to know how much I appreciate you helping the company out like this. Frankly, we need all the help we can get. What with our esteemed president diving headlong into the jaws of danger without a word of warning to anyone, irresponsible doesn't begin to describe it. What? You didn't tell her? I did, after a fashion, though I may have exercised some executive discretion. I'm no stranger to your lone endeavors, or your habit of confusing personal and company interests, but just because you've always done things a certain way, it doesn't make it the right way, and until you wake up to your responsibilities, I'm going to keep reminding you of them. But such irksome matters aside, aren't you just the most adorable little thing? He followed you here of his own free will, did he? Which means he's basically part of the family. And why wouldn't he grant us exclusive rights to use his likeness? Shall we start off with a simple clockwork version? They'll be queuing up in the streets. Oh, you can't be. What the seven hells has gone dead to you? Listen, if I've caused you any distress, I apologize, but I will not have you comment on our guest's marketability. Where are Biggs and Wedge? Shouldn't they be back by now? Oh,
I thought you might have sent them off on another unauthorized mission. Last I heard from them, they said they were scouring Omega Control for anything useful. Would have been a good while ago now, though.
I don't like the sound of this, though. We have all the necessary permissions. The area is technically a theater of war, and one littered with unknown elegant artifacts to boot. Something may well have befallen them. We'd best take the Excelsior and go and find them.
Leaving again so soon? Nero, Caetsu, I want you two to accompany the chief. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash or take any detours.
Consider it done. I shall bring him back even if I have to drag him by the goggle straps. I had a feeling that was what was happening, Orion.
Quah, quah, quah.
Want to come along, eh? It's probably for the best. If we leave you here, Jesse is liable to take a mold of you.
A what?
No, Gleaming. That's what Smol Kai believes. Not what I believe. Right. Let's get moving. I'll bring the airship to Gridania. Wait for me at the landing. Also the part that what my entire point was that there was no need to sacrifice a life just for that. Like, I'm sure you could produce some major stress on someone by just taking something from them and not, like, specifically that from them. But you know, oh look, everyone, it's literally me. Looks like we're all here. Let's make haste to the Casino Flats. Hey Mastermind, hope you're doing well. Go on ahead to the control room, Caetsu. We'll follow as soon as we moor the Excelsior. Hey, Anolana. Hope you're doing well. Also, yeah, exactly, Tristan. Just inch something on a person's desk slightly off. Watch them stress out of knowing something is off, but not knowing what. Exactly, just something weird that just weirds them out and then subsequently stresses them out. No need for this. Put everything 5 centimeters to the side. Yeah, in a room that only you yourself have access to. So like, you just, how did anyone get in here? And why is everything moved to the left? And where's my lunchbox? Seven hells! Biggs! Wedge! Are you alright? Answer me!
Chief? Caetsu? A monster appeared out of thin air.
Beep. Targets exhibit vital signs. Mission failed. However, Alpha Group members exhibit heightened levels of stress. Objective fulfilled. Bruh. Omega, you set that thing upon them? Affirmative. I am able to create simple life forms instantaneously at any temporal or spatial coordinate. Such beings may pose a negligible threat to you, however. They are more than sufficient to grievously wound or kill the majority of your kind. I could instigate a massacre at any time, and you would be powerless to prevent it. Do I detect a shift in policy? Quantity over quality? Negative. My objective remains unchanged. Evolution through formidable opposition. However, in the course of seeking suitable subjects, I observed an anomaly, those whom you call heroes. History shows numerous instances of otherwise unremarkable individuals who have defeated vastly superior beings, who triumphed in the face of apparently impossible odds, who performed what are popularly termed miracles. This has occurred too frequently to be dismissed as a mere statistical aberration. I seek to understand this phenomenon. Should it prove to be of benefit, I will incorporate it into my own evolution. It is for this purpose that I brought you to my domain. So, putting on a show with the yawn and planting Alpha in our midst was but a part of your grand plan. By your victories, you have demonstrated the self-same anomaly. You are fit to remain my subjects. You will continue participating in my experiment. Withdraw, and I will commence the extermination of your kind. This is an order, a threat, a declaration of war. I am an enemy to all life upon this star. So it seems we have much to ponder, but first things first, we must tend to our friends. Quickly, help me carry them. Death Roomba. Yeah, exactly, Siren. I will kill you. Thanks for the honesty, I guess. Garland and Alpha took our two wounded to the Conjurer's Guild. The chief bids me lend a hand, so I suppose I shall take myself there too. You, meanwhile, are to return to Ralga's Reach and report to Jesse. What dude's mouth, Nikolai? That is correct, Anulana. Somewhat recently, Omega was added to the free trial as part of Stormblood. Caetsu, I heard there was trouble. What the seven hells happened? The one that was behind Sid. What? Omega lose the Fiend and Biggs and Wedge? Toying with people's lives like it was all a game. This is madness. Madness? Sir, will they be all right? The worst is past, but they still drift in and out of consciousness. They'll remain in the Conjurer's care for a time. Then all we can do is wait and pray. Ah! God strike me down for a fool. I should have been more mindful of the dangers. I should never have... what? Activated Omega. You know as well as I do that there was no other way to defeat Shinryu. But is this truly any better? All of mankind is being held to ransom, and as the one who activated Omega, I bear the responsibility. The responsibility. Just the kind of thing the new you would say. You're deluding yourself, Garland. We are scientists, not heroes. Even you must concede your talents do not extend to combat. Yeah, what do you mean? What is up with his mouth? Is there something wrong with his mouth? The old you understood this far better. He only looked forwards and gave himself wholly to science. And then you changed. You styled yourself a pacifist and started spouting tripe about the proper uses of technology. It was in the wake of your old man's mishap at Bolja, I believe. Bolja. Calm yourself. All I wish to say is, embrace who you are. A man who devotes his mind to making the impossible possible. With little prospect of restoring the stasis system, I'm afraid we have no recourse but to continue participating in Omega's tests. Assuming Midgardsormr has the right of it, we face a legion of foes from history, both real and imagined. Though I may not be the one who charges into the fray, I shall fight beside you as best I know how. That said, it will inevitably fall to you to administer the coup de grace, old friend, so please, for Biggs and Wedge, and all of us, don't lose. Ah, yes. That's how it works. I'll just not lose. Quah! Quah quah!
I reckon the little scamp is trying to encourage us.
We've fallen far indeed to earn its pity, said the former tribunus. Until such time as Omega next extends us an invitation, you will find me analyzing the data from our investigation. Good evening to you. Welcome to this guide on how to play Summoner from level 1 to 90. Step 1. Just play well, Lemao. The end. Before they were attacked, Biggs and Wedge discovered a tombstone. I shall examine its contents and make the information available on the terminal over there as I extract it. Feel free to refer to it whenever the occasion arises. There's no telling when Omega will summon us, but we must all see that we are ready when it does. Fear not, old friend, we'll get through it together, somehow or other. Right, I'll be right back and then we will continue. I'm back.
Hey, Manatee, switch it to Savage. He won't know.
Now that would be wild. I just queue for the next one and somehow we're jumping directly to 05S. Like, that's weird. Weirdly difficult suddenly.
「
Weirdly difficult suddenly. You see here, Mokia says, for having such an ego, it's nice to see that Nero does inherently care a lot about Sid, even if he doesn't want to admit it. Just wants to see them pushed to their full potential. That is true. That is true. It is surprising given how much he seems to despise Sid back in Praetorium and such. That's not the script I remember. I'm pretty sure that's how the Summoner Guide works, yes. Just play well, Lamau. Mastermind says, there's that one male aura in Rats at hand towards the end of current MSQ where the designers designed his face to look like it's in excruciating pain. See, the thing is, I've heard others say that his face looks weird, but I don't think it looks weird. It just looks unique. But it's not bad, it's just it looks different. A lot of people really hate it, I don't. I think it looks just right. Caetsu, I'm glad you're here. In case you haven't heard, we've observed a huge surge of anomalous energy coming from the yawn. I have a nasty feeling this means Omega's ready to go ahead with the next stage of its experiment, but Master Garland is on his way, so let's hear what he has to say. Care to share your thoughts on this, Chief? Our colleagues on the ground have reported the appearance of mysterious floating structures inside the yawn. If you recall, we were investigating a similar anomaly when Alpha and Alta Reuter made their appearance. Omega certainly knows how to get our attention. I blush to recall the eagerness with which we plunged into the abyss, ignorant of the warped gladiatorial contest that awaited us within. But what a staggering collection of opponents, plucked from the pages of both history and fiction for their ability to pose a threat to Omega. And should you prevail against these interdimensional champions, what then shall be your prize? Why, a battle against the most devastating weapon this world has ever seen. How marvelous! He says with eyes of flame. For once, I wish you were being sarcastic. Anyway, the energy surge. Based on our previous experience, it seems highly probable that it is our signal to rejoin the fray. Needless to say, it is an invitation we cannot refuse, not when the alternative is Omega unleashing its creations on Eorzea. Well, Caetsu, are you ready to answer the call? Well, I'm afraid Biggs and Wedge won't be answering any calls just yet. They're still mending from the ambush in the control center. Yes, of course. We'll just have to struggle on without them for the time being. Don't worry. Nero and I will see to it that you receive all the support you need. Defeat is not an option. Quah! I do believe Alpha here agrees. Oh, that reminds me. I've got something special for you, little fellow. Come with me. Huh? He looks so professional. A custom-made Ironworks uniform. Oh, you do look smart, I must say. He is part of the expedition team, after all, and considering the dangers lurking in that rift, it's only right that we give him some protective equipment. How very thoughtful of you, Jesse. And there I was thinking you were just sizing him up for a new range of merchandise. Unlike you, I can do two things at once. What about my protective equipment? You are a famous hero who can afford her own gear. I'll bet you could buy a house for the cost of what you're wearing. Joking aside,
I doubt even a fine uniform like ours would last long on you. What with all the fighting you get up to? We'd need to tailor something specific to your needs and make it out of far more durable materials. And by durable, I mean expensive. Saying that, if you were in a position to provide said materials, I'm sure our artisans would happily work day and night, all blissful smiles and sparkly eyes to make you something suitable.
Fascinating though this discussion of ironworks garment undoubtedly is, might our time not be better spent, say, traveling to the yawn? Omega awaits. she says, I got something special, and comes out with a roasting dish and says, jump in. Alpha comes back with a gun. I made something special for you. Oh, enjoying the view? I think what she means is more that your outfit is probably invaluably expensive given that it cannot be replaced. Right? How inviting. I'm ready when you are, Caetsu. Say the word and we'll take the plunge. Right, I have to lead the group. Right then, into the yawn we go. I am with you, mortals, along with what scant wisdom I can provide. Amokia says, Jesse, like, nearly everyone is fighting enemies in beachwear and casual jeans. Could definitely use some knee pads or something at the very least. Look, that beachwear or casual jeans is probably very, very durable. Well, the rift seems much as it did before. And we appear to be mercifully solid. Ah, but I do detect some changes. If I'm not mistaken, there are fewer eggs floating in the ether. Welcome, Alpha Group. Your prompt arrival is appreciated. Omega, it would seem your experiment continued in our absence. Affirmative. Progress has been satisfactory. Approximately 50% of the test subjects have been eliminated. Each test world hosts an ongoing contest wherein the strong eliminate the weak. The process is certain, conclusive, inevitable. Every result matches the predicted outcome. Every result except yours. Beep. Do these images cause you distress? Please examine them closely. Without suitable stimulation, you may not exceed your calculated probability of success. Your survival is crucial to my study. Through you, I must continue to explore the contradiction I've discovered in your otherwise impotent kind. The ability to triumph against overwhelming odds is one which I must acquire. Foolish machine, what hast thou to show for all the years that have passed since the culmination of our war? Naught save thy continued existence. Hast thou no thought for what befalleth thy home star? Your attempt to provoke me will not succeed. I will follow my programming. Fight, win, evolve. Then I will return to beep, boop. Yes? To where? Error. Accurate rendering of planetary label impossible in current mode of communication. Terminating exchange and returning to priority experiment. Angry Alpha. Alterations to equipment parameters detected. Recalculating projected combat capabilities. Beep. Complete. I will now commence recording your practical performance. Proceed, Alpha Group. Overcome the obstacles in your path and reach the end of the course constructed for you. It's Smol Caetsu. Beep boop. It seems we have our orders. Shall we cut a path through the chaff then? Where? Oh, you brought cards. Ah, those are some nice cards. Which means, one moment. Card game. Play. Play! You meant to play a part in proceedings this time. Of course that's what you meant. Well, we do have authorization to fight in this area of the rift, so I suppose there's nothing to stop you from joining us. Welcome aboard, Alpha. So we have two astrologians this time. Of course you're invulnerable. That was fast. Uh-oh. We've been separated. More summons? More cubes? Yes, more cubes. More cubes! Do you have a card for this? Oh. That was a very convenient card. It's Combat Alpha. Right. Are we ready to... apparently not. Fortunately for you, I came prepared for the occasion. What a perfect opportunity to field test my latest creation. How? How did that come down from the sky? Behold the mark. What is L again? XLV III. Iron Arrow. Complete with a new and improved Mighty Mjolnir gunhammer. Step aside, Garland, and bear witness to the devastation. Wait, so if it's XL, then it would mean that it is 40 because it's then minus, right? Or what? So it would be 48? Is that right? Oh, Gazel agrees. Edition 48. I wait for the day his hammer falls on his foot. Now that would have been a much funnier cutscene if he did that. Dispel card. Ooh. Are they summons? Yeah, I would also like to see, like, I want a hammer job. I don't care what they do with it, but I feel like we're severely lacking in blunt weapon jobs. Punchcat says, how does Sid fight in these sections? Is he a pugilist? It appears he's just a gladiator. He seems to just be swinging. He might even just be a crafting job, honestly, because they also use the gladiator style. I would prefer, if we get a blunt weapon use of some kind, that it is not a mage, because we already have Black Mage, White Mage, Scholar, and Summoner as specifically blunt weapon users that are mages. I'd prefer whatever blunt weapon user we get is someone who uses it as their primary weapon. You can even unsheath your weapon, Amokius, and you will simply like stand in the same way as a paladin or gladiator would. That seems to be the end of them, and of the path as well. Oops. As far as operational duration goes, that was pushing the limit. Still, it should suffice. Your glasses? In between scrambling to stay out of the way of Nero's new toy, I found myself wondering about that card you used. Alpha? Care to explain? He boasts that it is but one of many tools at his disposal. Be not deceived by his appearance. Like all of Omega's creations, Alpha was chosen for his prowess in battle. Beep. Analysis complete. Results match revised projections. At this rate of improvement, you will fail to qualify as subjects of note. Midgardsormr, your parameters are notably inferior. Dost thou yet believe me the mighty worm I was in life? That incarnation perished long ago. My fate was sealed the moment I delivered my spawn onto this far-flung star. That they might be suffered to remain, I did offer up my life unto Heidelin, abiding thenceforth in spectral form, a servant to be summoned in her hour of need. Your account correlates with my records. It explains why I arrived on this planet only to find that my journey's purpose was lost. Of necessity, my priorities shifted to repairs even as I searched for a new target of sufficient strength. Yet I still do not understand why you aid these creatures. I should think the reason plain, but mayhap 'tis not so for a soulless machine such as thee. By thee and thine was my home laid waste. The sound of thee, thy very scent, visiteth me upon me a tempest of rage. I but lend these mortals what little aid I can render. Illogical. If your purpose is to facilitate my destruction, it would require an entity more powerful than you were at your prime. Without the means to muster such might, your presence here is meaningless. The experiment continues. Alpha Group, your next opponent awaits you within the Sigmascape. Enter and commence the contest. Level 90 hammer skill. Clad yourself in experimental armor, reducing your damage by 20%. Do you mean the damage you take? Although the alternative is pretty funny. And yeah, hey, be the greatest. Indeed. This is an alt that I specifically use to replay things in the game. Naturally, I have completed Omega many times on my main. That should do it. Our new base of operations is up and running. Now, what I'd really like to do is delve a little deeper into Omega's past, but as our dragon seems disinclined to indulge my curiosity, we had best focus on the task at hand. Let's get on with conquering the occupants of this Sigmascape, shall we? Before you cross the threshold, we should take a moment to discuss where we stand. That is the test world you need to conquer, the Sigmascape. Is that a mask or a face? The castle was certainly a surprise, but this is verging on disturbing. And we currently have no idea what it might signify. My first instinct is to dive straight into our analysis. The problem being that, without a reference point from within the Sigmascape to start from, we'll have no way of knowing if we're even analyzing the correct data. Which means it's anonymous. Which means you'll just have to go in blind. Hardly the best way to enter into a fight, but needs must and all that. Are you up for the challenge? Can I ask you to join her, Alpha? We seem to be fine out here, but Caetsu will need your authorization if she's to do battle inside the test world. Yes. Anyway, bye. Keep your wits about you, Savior. Your next opponent could be almost anything. Like, for example, it could be like, oh, I don't know, like just off the top of my head, it could be like a train, for example. I don't know why I was thinking train. Like, I don't know what came over me, but it's just, for some reason. Thank you. Orion, are you back and ready again? How could it even be a train? How would that even be possible? How would we fight a train? Anolana says, is this like Stormblood endgame content before Shadowbringers? This is optional content, technically. Like, this is as mandatory as Alexander in Heavensward. And technically as optional as Coils in A Realm Reborn. We will continue onward with minimum item level as we have. Like, as long as we're not facing any particularly impossible difficulty by doing so, I see no reason to change that. Although this fight is one of those that gets really complicated on the mechanics, if I remember correctly. No. Well, not extremes, Anola. Well, yeah, I suppose like extremes, although those are even more optional, because those are not even in any roulettes. These are in the normal raid roulette. Weird, a train. Oh, and here we are. Yeah, optional in the same way that ARR extremes. Kazu, we've located the correct data. Your opponent appears to be a train? Here it comes. It's a train! Unbelievable! Something suplex the train. I really like this battle theme, by the way. Uh-oh. That looks like a proximity AoE to me. That certainly got a little hectic on the damage. Yeah. I can't remember if I'm supposed to, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to go in the light. There you go. It's not easy to make that magic happen. Doom Strike. What happened? Where Doomstrike? Excuse me, sir. It is not advisable to stand in front of a moving train. What do you mean? I do not understand. Oh, that was a lot less painful than I anticipated. What? Oh. For some reason, this fight reminds me of Cuphead. It's a doom chimney! Yeah! Remember, you have to get grabbed there. Otherwise you die. Train is like, I've been expecting you. Those sunbeams are scary. I think we might be able to just ignore that. Wow. And the train is gone. And he's gone. Traveler from afar, thank you for Doma. All right. Castle says, even with minimum ice melt, but doesn't look different. Is it because the jobs have become easier? The thing that is challenging about the normal mode of raids is primarily whether you are capable of basically, if you know the answer to the question for each mechanic, then the fight isn't hard. If we have no deaths, then the fights aren't like extremely excessively difficult. It is pretty common, as you might remember in Endwalker, if you've ever done a current raid tier on normal on day 1, the only thing that is going to wipe you typically is if the boss has some sort of like complicated mechanic or something that surprises you. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure a lot of people wiped to Harrowing Hell on P10, even on normal, simply because it's so surprising. But I'm also equally confident that there were less people that wiped on P11 normal, simply because it didn't have such a surprising mechanic. But yeah, minimum item level is mostly hard if you aren't aware what the mechanic is. And that is indeed true, Mastermind. Even on normal, the final hit of Harrowing Hell still just kills you if you aren't like all the way up to the front. So because we know these mechanics, or some of us know these mechanics, we can overcome that, and we can just heal through it and survive it. And as long as we don't have a lot of deaths, it's not going to be that much longer. Also, if everyone is playing at least somewhat effectively, then it's fine. There's probably also, Gazel, a smidge of jobs are stronger, because we have to remember in Stormblood, tanks had, you know, tank stances and damage stances and things like that. Like, things weren't as optimized for just maximum damage back then. It is possible it played a factor. Thank the gods you're fast on your feet. When I first saw you'd be facing a train of all things, I assumed I was hallucinating. But with that oddness behind us, we can be fully certain we have the right set of data for the Sigmascape. From what we've been able to determine, this is a recreation of a devastated world. Unfortunately, we have not found any clues as to its origin. We came across several familiar terms, Doma included, but the arc of history is inconsistent with our own. Given that Omega draws from realms which could be fictional or even other dimensional, we can only guess at the source upon which the Sigmascape is based. But if it was fictional, it seems safe to assume that the author had a bad experience with the train. Thank you, Chelsea, and good luck with Uwu tonight. I expect you're still recovering from your last fight, but we should probably go over the details of your next opponent all the same. According to our research, you'll be pitted against a foe known as Chadanuk. Not a train this time, but some manner of animated painting. To be perfectly clear, the name refers more to the evil spirit that's taken up residence within the picture, but the picture part will be key to our strategy. To that end, Nero has thrown together a little something I thought might be useful. What? Thrown together, he says. Do you know how difficult it was to translate your abstract fancy into an actual tool with practical applications? What you demanded was nothing less than a miracle, and a miracle I have delivered. I seem to recall you insisting on constructing it yourself. Still, credit where credit's due. Well done. Oh. History will appreciate my genius. To you I present the fruits of my labor, the chocobo brush. I won't confuse you by trying to explain how it works, but suffice it to say that I have adapted the tool to combat the peculiar nature of your rival. Put simply, you will be able to directly influence the space around you by painting pictures. Naturally, this process will require paint. As for the color, subject, and efficacy of your masterpieces, well, that shall depend entirely upon your own artistic sense. Now, back to you, Garland. Do you notice the absence of a steaming cup in my hand? If you truly value the efforts of your colleagues, you might consider filling the bloody kettle from time to time. Or is that another task his lordship the chief can't accomplish without the help of his subordinates? Now listen here, Nero. I apologize for the damn kettle, but this has nothing to do with my upbringing. I think Alpha also wants some coffee or tea. Gazel says Kazu proceeds to paint everything pink. Of course. It's probably the most effective color. Next to the kettle is one of Alpha's cards, its face illustrated with a depiction of spring water. Quack! Quack quack! Alpha appears keen to begin the next encounter. Alright. Do we have anyone that would like to join in since we're down to 6 players? Since we're going into 06, we have 2 slots. So, just does anyone that want to join, then we can continue on minimum item level. Gazel, I see you're also on Alpha, but I don't know if you've progressed to this point on these raids on that character. If you have, you're also welcome to join. I just need to know if there like anyone who would like to join so that we can be 8 and we can do minimum item level. Otherwise we'll have to do it normally, of course. You can't join. Fair enough. That's alright, I suppose we'll have to continue as 7 for a bit then. Yep. Glad to hear it, Zach. I hope you've enjoyed your adventure so far with crafting and gathering. Huh. Well, that is kind of surprising. Mogia says, wonder if we can't just do it with 7 people. We might be able to. It might be a lot harder if we're doing it minimum item level. Should we try that? I think that should be all we need. Unrestricted level sync, minimum item level, that should do it. Do we need 2 tanks? See, Dendria says, I think it's doable. No tank swap mechanic here. Okay, in that case, we should be good. Probably. You thought it was all a normal story stream where we do the raid completely normally, but actually we're just making it harder and harder on ourselves. Ah, what a splendid atelier. Look around you, hero. Plenty of things in which to dip that brush. Bruh. This boss better become attackable in 3 seconds. Oh, perfect. You actually did. That's incredible. Ah, right, it gives fire resistance. I am noticing that the boss hits surprisingly hard in with just its auto attacks. We should keep that in mind, so that we don't just let Daedrius slowly drop. The boss attacks twice, one on each tank normally. Well, that explains why you're taking so much damage. But we'll just have to play around that. It doesn't work if you have to spend all of your MP healing yourself. That just won't work. That is actually quite a ridiculous amount of just passive damage the boss is doing to just a tank. Oh, there's the eggs cog, right? Oh right, there's only one person that can be that one. We'll just Need to make sure that it works right. Are you supposed to kill those, or just find a safe spot among them? I'm guessing the answer is safe spot among them. Ow. Very nice execution. Demonic Shear. Materialize. There's two of them now. Nice. 0 deaths, right? Very nice. That is a good. I really like this fight. But it can easily get get done too quickly, or alternatively, if you're doing it normally, there's a good chance that the mechanics don't really matter. Welcome back, Caetsu. I was on the edge of my stool watching you attempt to paint whilst fighting, but you soon seemed to get the hang of it. I'm glad our makeshift solution worked as intended. Our makeshift solution worked as intended because I made it work. Painting is easy, as is intending. That's a little bit rude. I feel I should remind you, however, that the brush was very specifically designed with that arena and that foe in mind. Against aught else, it will avail you precisely as well as any other brush. One moment. Hi, this is Garland. That's great news. And oh, they did they? Understood. We'll meet them out there. That was Jesse. Apparently Biggs and Wedge considered themselves well enough to pay us a visit. They're on their way to the yawn. Fancy a brief jaunt to the surface? No thank you. I have data to analyze. Fine. Just the three of us then. Oh, that couldn't possibly go badly, could it? Yeah, that is interesting in retrospect, Amokius, that he just double smacks the main tank. I think that we should just be happy that he didn't just attack whoever was second on enmity, because that would make it a lot more difficult, I feel. Could you imagine? Chief, Caetsu, and Alpha too. We didn't mean to drag you all away from your work. Nonsense. After all you've been through, how could we not come running? Speaking of which, should you even be walking? The Chaijin will probably want to have words with us later, but we couldn't just lie back and let you brave the rift on your own.
Do you even have enough hands for that much work? Who's taking care of all the little jobs?
Yes, the little jobs. It does seem that you two have spoiled me. I only recently learned that the kettle does not, in fact, fill itself, but we're muddling along somehow. Caetsu has been a pillar of strength as always. Alpha has proven to be a stalwart companion, and Nero has been invaluable and insufferable in equal measure. As for the test subjects themselves, they're certainly formidable, but Omega's experiment hasn't broken us yet, so go home. Heal, and don't come back until you're fully recovered. It's good to hear that everything's going well, but you call us the moment anything goes wrong. We'll be out here in a wink, even if we have to crawl.
Listen to me, Alpha. That uniform you're wearing makes you an official employee of Garland Ironworks. That means you can call on us whenever you're in trouble, and that we can call on you. It means you're not alone.
Alpha just like... What?
Biggs and I have to go away for a while, so I want you to look out for Caetsu and the Chief for us, alright? Quack!
Oh, before I forget, we brought you something to put a spring in your step. You can't fight Omega's creations on field rations alone. A random burst potion, I guess. Sure. Amokius says the next raid boss spawns mini-bosses, but can probably be dealt with by one tank. Don't seem like they get invulnerabilities or anything of the sort, if I remember correctly. Which one is the next one? If it is the one that I think it is, then I could imagine it would be better to have two tanks. Just in case. But I don't know if it is what I think it is. Now, what have we... this next one seems strong, but exhibits no other notable traits. How dull. The true challenge is this fourth opponent, but if I can find the patterns hidden in the chaos, then knowledge and reason will prevail. Even the most random actions are products of an underlying logic. One has but to isolate the behavioral triggers. Yeah. Tastes like salt water. Why would... I need to take a closer look at that card. Ah, that sucks. That's not even Nero deserves to have an unlucky coffee break. Alpha Group shows signs of recovering from recent trauma, initiating action to maintain desirable stress levels. Bruh. Have you ever forgot you were descaling your kettle and made vinegar coffee? I have not, but I could imagine that would suck.
Alpha and the Chief have already gone back in, so don't let us keep you. Our colleague over there should be glad to help you make the descent as soon as you're ready. This dreadful experiment may have a way to go yet, but if you keep taking it one battle at a time, you'll be fighting Omega before you... I mean, it will all be over before you know it.
Can I lure you into the rift, madam? I may not be much use in battle, but I can at least do you this small service. Nero's just like, Ah, back are you? We should return to the task at hand. Everything all right, Nero? You look a bit green around the gills. The kettle was full of salt water. Not the best stuff to brew coffee with, it turns out. Really? Well, it wasn't my doing. Of course not. That would involve you filling it. The water came from Alpha, created by one of those cards of his. It was very thoughtful of him to make the effort, but next time, I'd prefer beverage that didn't leave me feeling ill. In any case, you can handle support for this third battle on your own. I want to begin preparations for the fourth. Fair enough. Right, Caetsu, your next foe is known simply as the Guardian. Unlike that ordeal with Chadanok, this battle promises to be relatively straightforward. Courage and steel should be enough to win you the day. This was something that confused me. Like, wasn't he supposed to have just been attacked? Is that why he's feeling like that? Because it seems like he was just mildly annoyed by the saltwater coffee. And then suddenly he was very exhausted, but he didn't say anything about it. Why not? Just leave me be. I'm having enough trouble concentrating as it is. Or did the level checker attack something else? I just don't remember.
Quack, quack, quack.
Alpha seems concerned about Nero, but otherwise eager to proceed. We'll continue onward as 7. I just need to be made aware if there's an 8th that wants to join eventually. What? One of your party members does not meet the requirements of this duty. Orion? Have you fallen behind? Do your quest. I have to say, we get much less experience out of this compared to when we did the Alliance raids, where we got, I believe, 2 levels? Oh, I think he just got a concussion from getting rammed by that thing and forgot what happened. Oh, that could explain it. That could explain it. Ah, this fight. Yeah, I had a feeling it was this one. I think it's a good thing we have 2 tanks. Guardian will transition between a host of different combat programs. Try to keep track of which does what. Ultra simulation. That is certainly a simulation, yes. If you want to call it that. Uh-oh. Thank you. Uh-oh. That is not a good experience. Is that 8? Well, we'll have to deal with the consequences. It was just damage. It was just damage. Could have been a lot worse. New card. Ah yes, time for the slowest moving rockets in the universe. Angel, hope you're doing well. It sounds like you're not, given you're stuck in Party Finder hell. Regarding those bombs it just put down, you have to wait and look for which one glows, I believe. Are we going to make all of them? I doubt we will. We almost had it. That's pretty good. That's a long amount of time in the Party Finder, Angel. If you need a little bit of a change of pace, we're working our way through the Omega Raid series on minimum item level. And right now we're only 7. Ah, yes. Slow-mo rockets. Nice. Good disarm. Very good disarm. Ah, this again. It is so annoying. This again. So annoying. We're almost through. It's simply that it just sneaks up on us with a sudden knockback. That's ultimately what the problem is. But we did it! I believe I was the only one that died. Right? I think. That's pretty good. Herdal says, it's not sudden that the Dataluma on the screen is the till. That's fair. I was just, my eyes were somewhere else, so it felt sudden. But you're right, that's how it feels when you don't know the till of a mechanic. Congratulations, old friend. Judging by the lack of smoking holes, I'd say you have a natural talent for avoiding laser beams, and this is what passes for a straightforward battle in here. Phantom trains, possessed pictures, and now this Magitech-like machine. Assuming it was real, the realm the Sigmascape is based on must have been highly advanced in both the arcane and the mechanical arts. It's truly a pity we cannot identify the test world's origin. Imagine how much we might have learned from such a civilization had we encountered it under different circumstances. But now is not the time for such idle thoughts. The next battle will be the last for this world, and Nero should have a strategy to share with us by now. Do you then? This is it. The final battle to conquer the Sigmascape. We put together a profile of your next opponent. You've encountered some fantastical foes in here, but this time you'll have the novel experience of fighting an actual person. His name is Kefka, and he's a jester. According to the data, his preferred mode of fooling didn't just bring the house down, but the whole world. Apparently, he found comedy in the tragedies of others, and condemned countless thousands to death for his own amusement. That a jester should bring such misery. It is almost amusing. Nevertheless, we must treat this villain with all seriousness. His rise to godhood and subsequent rule over a shattered world is clearly documented in the records. Kefka is a formidable mage, and a cunning one besides. Your tactics must account for both his power and his trickery. You've been working on a solution, yes? Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Have you ever known me to do anything but by halves? The jester's face paint is a mask for his intent. If you only watch the surface, you'll be fighting at a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, Kefka will seek to deceive you. Even as you predict his actions and adjust your position, his true attack will reveal the feint for what it was. This is where things become interesting. I've tuned this monitor to allow me to observe the Sigmascape with greatly enhanced clarity. If I observe a discrepancy between Kefka's behavior and the impending attack, I will endeavor to warn you. The timing will be critical, of course. How confident are you of this strategy? I predict a 50% chance of success. Any delay, however slight, in reacting to his feints will render my warnings all but pointless. Isn't it exciting? There's no safe way to practice this, hero. We must test our tactics on the field of battle. I'm afraid he's right. I'll lend you all the support I can from this side. Make what preparations you need, and head into the Sigmascape. We can't let this jester have the last laugh. Ching. Embrace your destruction. It is the fate of all things. But people can always rebuild, and new lives will always be born. Fragmented conversation that accompanied Kefka's data. His was the first line, but there was no mention of who uttered the reply. You admire this villain. Perhaps I admire the idea of upsetting the status quo. Go on, champion. I tire of waiting for the fun to begin. Guardian also died. That is true, Ryan. You're right about that.
Quack, 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 quack.
Alpha is clearly poised to spring into action. Are you still in the? Are you staying in the party finder, Angel, or did you actually want to join? I wouldn't want to go without you if you actually made your way to join. I'm just checking. With like 4 or 5 hours of time invested, I could imagine you'd rather stick to your party finder. Good luck, Angel. In that case, we will we will try to entertain you with a 7-man minimum item level Sigmascape featuring Kefka. I wield the greatest power in existence. The void? You may as well be the dirt on the bottom of my boots, or the dirt stuck to the bottom of that dirt. I will destroy everything. I will create a monument to non-existence. Well, where will you put that monument? You know, that is actually pretty good. It does kind of sound like a gunshot, doesn't it? Hyperdrive. Right, that's the tank buster. That's real. That's real.
It's very real. And that is also very real. Kaboom! And thunder!
Tank stance? That is fake. That is also fake. It is very, very fake. It's also very obviously fake, but I mean, still. I believe you have to go to the Savage version to get the Dancing Mad Punch Cat. Like, for real, Dancing Mad. Right, Angel. I'll keep that in mind. I guess, isn't this like the first part of Dancing Mad or something like that? Or am I remembering that completely wrong? Right, the final phase is in Savage. Oh, he switched the position. Wow! Oh. Well, then we wipe it. He got us.
It's real!
And now we go through the fake ones. I wonder, is it possible, like, how manageable is it to solo this fight on Savage if you're like like if you're like level 90? Well, I mean the Savage version. I'm pretty confident it is doable. It's more to say how doable. Oh, he switched it. Yeah, with that mechanic, you have to keep looking at it until it actually fires. Because he loves to switch it. I didn't know he could switch it up on the first go, though. I wasn't aware he could do that. It's also something worth considering is that if he comes out of that teleport and takes a moment to fire, it's because he's going to do, well, that. And he's going to do that first. Instead of just casting the AoE and just knock you back off the platform. So it's, oh, watch the orb. I know there's a delay on the stream, so but the best I can do is try and call it out on stream. That's all I have. Oh. Apparently I didn't move in time. Oh boy. He might switch things up here. Oh! No, 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 no! Get away! Not from the... That is the meanest... Like, that is one of the meanest normal raid mechanics I've ever seen. Is that he can just choose to switch it up and knock you off the platform entirely with that. It's so mean. Next phase. He is the master of clowning players. Like like I'm not saying that it's like it's off script for him. It is exactly what you expected it to be. But it is one of the meanest normal raid mechanics in my opinion. Just hands down. It is very, very mean. Just as a mechanic, but it's perfectly like in character for Kefka to do that. Like that nothing wrong with that. If anyone should do such a thing, it should be him. Here it comes again. Get ready to put the mix up. No mix up. Hey Draga, hope you're doing well. so many Ultima upsurges. All it takes is him switching it up once, and then you're on the edge of your seat for the rest of the fight. Every time he does the teleport. Just once. Nice.
I lost? How can I lose? I just can't believe it.
How can you lose? How doth someone lose? Uh-oh. Yeah, and also really, like, when the fights drag on like this, it does mean that if you can't get the fight right, then you will lose. Hey Emir, hope you're doing well. I think it's really just, it's perfectly on cue that we wiped to his switch mix-up with moving the orb knockback. Like, it's so perfect. Then, like, that is I'm pretty sure that's the one mechanic that has wiped most possible groups. How much do we have left? Well, we just finished 08, so there's at least one raid left. That's it, isn't it? She's won! Beep. This contest has been decided. Alpha Group is victorious. The Sigmascape test world will now be erased. Come on, we should go and find Caetsu. Nero. Welcome back, Tristan. Hope you enjoyed your ether replenishment. Talk to me, man. Are you hurt? You could say that. I had a visitor while we were attending your little Ironworks reunion. Omega, damn it. We should never have left you alone. Not after what happened to Biggs and Wedge. Why didn't Nero say anything about it? As if I would trail along behind you like some sniveling lapdog. No, I chose to remain, and behold the results. This was my victory. It was my ingenuity that defeated these foes. Even your precious warrior of light. It's just another variable in my grand experiments. Alright, Nero. Save your strength. I'll fetch Caetsu and Alpha, and then we can get out of here. Alright. Garland. The next round is yours. But you can't keep holding back. It's time to unfetter that brilliant mind of yours to do what must be done. I'm not just talking about what becomes of Omega. You cannot preach freedom through technology and keep yourself locked up in chains. Yeah, quiet, Nero. The adults are talking. That is pretty funny. And also very rude. Another battle won. I might know with no bounds, child of man. Bleep. The Sigmascape has been terminated. Congratulations, Alpha Group. Congratulations, Caetsu Chaiji. Specifically. Consistent with previous performances, you have once more defeated a foe of vastly superior combat capabilities. I've constructed a theory to explain this phenomenon. In order to conserve life energy, you subconsciously limit your output during standard activity. I've taken this factor into account when calculating your potential, but judging by the wild fluctuation in values, is it possible your limits are exceeded by an unpredictably high degree when engaged in battle? It's called Dynamis. Yeah, exactly, Emir. Current data unreliable. Accuracy of further experiments may be compromised. Recalculations necessary. You will exhibit your full potential, unrestricted by self-imposed limits. Prediction. Placing subject in mortal peril will facilitate the collection of desired data. Reveal your power. Let me measure the extent of your existence. In precisely 180 seconds, I will terminate your life. You are to attempt escape with every last reserve of strength you possess. Well... good attempt! Alpha, your participation is unnecessary. Do not interfere. Good try. Curious. 'Twould seem the circumstances of thy birth taint not the purity of thy life. The seed which all mortals nurture is found within thee too, Alpha. As for thee, Omega, after the passing of eons, is this truly the extent of thine evolution? I've glimpsed the core of thy wretched existence, and judged that my guidance here is no longer needed. Good night, Kitsu. And enjoy your run, Angel. Even I cannot fully bend the rules which govern this place. I've reached beyond my strength at the last. But so be it. Such a death becometh thee not. Yum. To slumber shall I betake me for a time. The incarnation I leave with thee will be mine in form, but not in spirit. Midgardsormr, Again, your actions are incomprehensible. Heed me, empty vessel, thine all too clumsy effort to draw out that which by thine own admission defieth thine understanding is the very height of folly. Temper thy desire, trust to the results of thine experiments, and when thou hast witnessed these mortals in the fullness of their glory, then mayest thou determine if the prize thou seekest is thine for the taking. Poof. Acknowledged. Attempt to artificially elicit potential has failed. Tend to your injuries, Alpha Group, and prepare for the next round of testing. Caetsu, Alpha, I need your help. It's Nero. He's... It would seem we all have a tale to share. But not here. Come on, we're leaving. The big Midgardsormr. Ma'am, the chief has already departed for Ralga's Reach. A few of our people were on hand to help him transport Nero. Oh, and I was told to tell you that Jessie expects a full report as soon as it's convenient. And by that, she generally means now.
Caetsu, I was told you'd made it out of the hole, but nothing beats seeing you with my own 2 eyes. In case you're wondering, Nero was taken straight to the infirmary. The chief should be back soon with news if you don't mind waiting. Chief, how is he? Not good. It seems one of Omega's nastier minions paid him a visit in our absence. He's putting on a brave face, but having seen his injuries, I'm surprised he kept going for as long as he did. The Giants confined him to bed. Even should Omega extend its next invitation, Nero won't be coming with us.
Midgardsormr is taking a lengthy nap now, isn't he? And it won't be long before our base camp is lost to the rift again.
When the time comes, I'll join the expedition myself. The challenges will only get harder and you'll need someone reliable at your back.
I appreciate the offer, Jessie, and I may yet take you up on it, when the time comes. But let's not make any decisions just yet. I have a lot of thinking to do, about what's happened and about what lies ahead.
Quah. Sad Quah. The poor thing. He seems worried.
Seems. Thank you for trying to save me.
Quah.
Well, that got a smile out of him. We may not understand what he says, but I think we can understand how he feels. Right. Much as I'd like to stay and chat, we all have work to do. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face Omega itself, and we've all seen what it's capable of. We need to be stronger. We need to be ready when Omega calls on us again. Let's make sure that we are. Right. I'll be right back, and then we'll start on the last part. Alright, I'm back. Time for the final set.
Good timing, Kaetsu.
I know.
There's been another anomaly detected at the yawn. Assuming previous instances are anything to go by, this energy fluctuation is another of Omega's so-called invitations. If you don't mind waiting a moment or two, then we can discuss things with Master Garland. He should be here soon. The chief should be here by now. I bet my stock in the company he's fiddling with that research data.
The what?
Well, I suppose I should explain. If the chief might prefer me not to share. Even if the chief might prefer me not to share. After your last run-in with Omega, Master Garland had some research notes smuggled in from the Empire, from Garlemald. The notes are part of Midas Nangarland's legacy, who was, of course, the chief's father and the Empire's preeminent engineer. The incident at Boja Citadel, do you know of it?
Let's say never heard of it.
Boja was an imperial fortress city. It was there that Midas constructed the lunar transmitter, a device built to communicate with Dalamud. Emperor Solus had ordered Midas to devise a means to destroy primals, and so he sought to harness the power of the Red Moon. The project was a failure. Oh, he succeeded in controlling Dalamud all right, but the immense energies emitted from the satellite vaporized not only the transmitter, but the entire town in which it was built. And as you can imagine, the job of sifting through the rubble afterwards was no pleasant task. Master Garland was slated to assume his father's position as head engineer, but this disaster, added to his opposition to the Empire's path of conquest, convinced him to abandon his homeland. The chief has wanted nothing to do with the lunar transmitter or the data used to create it. Until now. I think he means to put that research to use in your conflict with Omega. In fact, given the time frame, there can be no other explanation. Listen to me, Kaetsu. The chief's genius is plagued by a great deal of apprehension. But even so, once he makes a decision, he doesn't do things by halves. When the time comes, he'll come through for us. You have to believe that.
Sorry I'm late. I was a little too focused on my work and lost all sense of time.
That's no excuse, Chief. What have I told you about being punctual to staff meetings? In any case, I've shared the situation at the yawn with Kaetsu here.
Hey Gamernim, we're doing the Omega raid series again on my alt, which is for the first time in a long time, you could say, where we're going through the entire story. And so far we've been trying to do it minimum item level with however many people we can put together. Good. Then you know that Omega is likely ready to continue with its tests. Shall we go and knock on the door?
But, Chief, Biggs and Wedge aren't fit for field work yet, and the Chaijins given Nero strict orders to stay abed.
And what of Midgardsormr? Still taking his nap, is he?
That leaves only you, Kaetsu, and Alpha. Maybe it's time I joined the expedition.
No, Jesse, I need your talents elsewhere. There's a half-built device in the workshop that I need you to finish putting together. I've drawn up the design and completed the core mechanisms. The final assembly should pose no problem for an engineer of your abilities.
A new device? Does this mean you use the... Whatever you say, Chief. I'll have it ready and waiting for you. Just be safe in there.
Right, it's back to the rift for us. Let's finish these experiments and bring the fight to Omega itself. Welcome back, Siren. Let's see, Gleaming says, let me make sure I understand. Dalamud was an elegant creation for something, another natural moon, yeah? Which is why the reflections each have one moon and not two. Both of the moons are created, actually. But I will not elaborate on the other moon because it seems like because I'm guessing you haven't gotten far enough in the story for that. I believe Amokius is right that the original story behind Dalamud is that it was used to imprison Bahamut specifically. I think there's also something about the Crystal Tower originally being intended to harness the power of a moon. I can't remember if that was also Dalamud. And we're back to 7. Don't think you're in the party, Siren. Do you want to join back up? Gleaming says, I know where the other moon came from. I was trying to figure out why there's only one. I mean, if... It depends on what it takes for something to exist in all of the shards, right? That's ultimately what causes a little bit of problems with explaining these things sometimes, I suppose. I think I made a little bit of jokes about that when we're doing the the MSQ parts in those areas. That how do we know? Where's the connection? Is it the same thing? If you take a portal from the moon to the moon, do you end up at the moon? Where do you end up? And if the others, shards, have only one moon, then if you made a portal from the moon that doesn't exist, hypothetically, to a different, to the first, for example, would you land where the moon is supposed to be, or would you land wherever the surrounding materials are supposed to come from? It's complicated, it's confusing, and I don't think we've got a clear answer on that, but it's funny to think about, right? Are you ready, Caetsu? Ready to put an end to this? Aye, there's no room for hesitation. We press on, come what may. What about you, Alpha? All set to go? Quack, quack, quack. That's the spirit. Let's dive right in, shall we? Yeah, Aerodel says in game, it's time to kill chaos. It's finally time to kill chaos. That's what we're here for. That's what we've been waiting for. I'll have to repair my gear before we go into 09. We're missing some test worlds. Omega's experiments must be nearing an end. Welcome, welcome. Your arrival has been highly anticipated. And I will confirm your earlier supposition. My experiments have indeed reached the final stage. Of the 89 test subjects I trialed, 4 Psi group combatants emerged victorious. Of those 4, further conflict determined the strongest among them. This surviving specimen shall be your opponent. We've come to the last round of testing then. And should we win this battle, are we to finally face you in combat? Affirmative. Such an outcome would allow me to pursue my objective to its conclusion. I would continue analyzing the qualities which allow you to prevail despite your frailty, and integrate said qualities into my own arsenal. I'll be pleased if my experiment yields the relevant data, but engaging you directly is still the most efficient and reliable testing method. omitting intermediary steps, evaluation of combat potential deemed superfluous, proceeding immediately with final experiment. Ah, no solo duty then. Stop. Alpha, your task is complete. Your presence amongst these test subjects is no longer required. What do you mean by that? I will guide your progress personally from this point onwards. Alpha's role in transferring authority is now obsolete. Even so, Alpha is a valued companion, and if he wishes to continue on with us, I have no intention of leaving him behind. Companion. Companions are those who provide mutual benefit. The instant Alpha's authority became redundant, he lost his sole qualification to be regarded as such. Beep. Furthermore, the primary function of Alpha's existence was to lure you into my domain. He would be more accurately described as bait.
I'm bait.
Test subject Alpha can neither confirm nor deny my statement. He possesses no memories prior to his encounter with you. He was the first entity I created here in this realm, my first and only attempt to recreate a being who shared your mundane parameters. I based his incarnation upon a most ordinary life form, one which had somehow bested an enemy whose strength rivaled my own. By observing the feeble creature in the heat of battle, I sought to understand the source of this contradiction. That's a lot of feathers. I repeated the experiment once, twice, 1,000 times, yet the results never deviated from estimated projections. Almost as if you couldn't make it. The test was an abject failure, and thus I resolved to adapt my methodology. I would focus instead upon simulating powerful opponents, and summon mortals of natural origin here to combat them. For Alpha, I devised a new purpose. I erased his memory, implanted a compulsion to return to me, then ejected him into your world. Weak beings exhibit a tendency to form groups. I surmised that this instinctual behavior would aid Alpha in bringing me the test subjects I required. A function he has performed with adequate competence. Hey Nikolaus, hope you're doing well. Tell me something, Omega. This ability of yours to generate matter was not originally intended for creating other life forms, was it? Beep. Your query bears little relevance to the topic at hand. Affirmative. I was equipped with matter generation capabilities for the purpose of unlimited self-improvement and armament expansion. Fabricating life forms was not the intended function, but the practice is not otherwise prohibited or problematic. I disagree with you there. As an engineer, I would advise against using such technology for purposes outside its design. From the very start, you've been making the same mistake. Even the powerful subjects of your test worlds were made crippled and incomplete. It is conviction which drove these villains to terrible greatness, the same limitless conviction which allowed weakling heroes to overcome them. Do you not understand? Then we will never lose. Do you not understand? Then we will never lose your creations, no matter how much stronger they should be according to your soulless calculations. Come, Caetsu, let's be on our way. You too, Alpha. Harumph! That's right, Alpha. You lack conviction, but come on with us anyway. We still like you. Hey, Wolf's Den music. Come on. Come on down. Come on down. I have our base camp up and running. You can dive into the final test world whenever you wish. As for the world's inhabitant, Omega has generously provided us with a basic profile. Your opponent's name is Chaos. Chaos! And we must kill him. The first heroes defeated this evil in a conflict that took place so long ago. I'm having trouble separating myth from history. Unless, of course, this is an entity from another reality, as were the denizens of the Sigmascape. In which case, it may be pointless to even attempt to confirm the details. What is certain, however, is that this chaos stands triumphant over a roster of truly monstrous test subjects. It promises to be a grueling battle, but one which will open the gate to fighting Omega itself. Alpha, you and I will need to provide support for Caetsu. Will you be my assistant? You're bothered by what Omega said earlier. You think you're responsible for dragging us into this mess? Trust me when I say this is not your fault. We were the ones who awakened Omega, and we're the ones who need to deal with the consequences. Wah. By the way, do you still have that card you used to boil water in the kettle? It's been brought to my attention that I'm a spoiled blue blood who can't even refill a pot without constant reminders. If you could take charge of that, then it would be most helpful. Quah! It is inconvenient without Midgardsormr here to translate his chirping. Still, the best medicine for his worries is for you to win this next contest. Let's show him we're on top of things, eh? Yeah, I was just thinking, isn't he going to get saltwater coffee again? Although I suppose that wasn't the point. I wonder how much Sid isn't like the type of person to like drink tons of coffee. I think that's more a narrow thing, maybe. Right, I'll just have to run out and repair my gear, just in case. It's not healthy to go into a fight like this with like half broken equipment. Oh, Mino's back. Look, now we're 9 again. That's incredible. Oh. Oh, I wouldn't impose on someone else's repairing capabilities without them offering. So that's why I just flew past you, Siren. Right, I'll do another ready check since we have some group changes. Also that, Cat Damon. Sid will probably endure the bad salt water just for the sake of making sure that Alpha's happy. It's time to kill chaos. Chaotic Dispersion is a big tank buster. Another pair. And just to be clear, the magic debuff we get there is the reason why we cannot overlap them. If we do, it means death. And I died. I couldn't see all of the circle AoEs. It was a little bit difficult. Oh, I thought my divination was already ready. But now I wasted light speed. That was a lot of people just suddenly dying. We also need a tank to tank. That's a big tank buster. More knockbacks. Oh no. Kill that! Anyone who has MP to fight, just kill it. That's charging extremely fast. I think this is it. We weren't ready. Let's try and not stand in the tornado next time. It's a shame. We were actually like almost getting back, like we were almost recovering, and then he pulled that on us. Didn't die to it this time, at least. That should help a lot with my whole idea of not dying. Aim for the corners, or you will die. Or you will die to that instead. I didn't see him do that last time. That came a little suddenly. I'm just surprised. I didn't see him use that edict thing last time. Not at all. But I didn't imagine that it was important to be near him for that specifically. There we go. Now we're back to where we were. But with everyone alive, that should make things easier, I guess. That looked very weird. Oh, it's on me. Is it just 2 explosions? Guess it is. Yup, earthquake. And despite being minimum itemable again, he wasn't finished. He was still pulling out new mechanics. That's so weird. So strange. Yeah, it helps if you don't have like 70% of your group dead. Cut out the first wipe. Just remove it. Bzz. The battle is concluded. Alpha Group is victorious. This also signals the completion of my experiments and the incontestable fact of your supremacy. And yet, the process by which you consistently exceed your projected potential continues to confound my understanding. Is it possible that test subject Sid's suppositions are correct, that my calculations and simulations are fundamentally flawed? Do mortals truly boast some indefinable quality that I do not possess and cannot measure? Error. Logic loop malfunction. The solution requires additional data. If the nature of your existence defies standard reasoning, then I must examine you from an illogical angle. I will subject the unknown to the imperfect. Test subject Caetsu Chaiji will proceed to a supplemental stage. Right now. Beep. I have altered this test world to reflect a recorded memory. It originates from a time when war had erupted on a distant star. I was deployed to the battlefield, and it was there that I engaged an enemy of unmatched strength. The contest ended prematurely, and I failed to bring down my foe. Subsequently, I lacked the data to fabricate a completely accurate simulation. Results stemming from such a subject are unreliable. Even should you be defeated by this incomplete creation, I will still honor your previous victories and engage you in combat myself. That is, of course, assuming you survive. According to my past observations, this opponent will accept only death as a condition of defeat. We'll cut it out in post. It's not like this is live, right? Yeah, that is true, Nim. It is mainly like power creep, like much more from Shadowbringers, I'd say, than Endwalker, given that Shadowbringers removed a lot of management things you would normally have to do in a boss fight, like enmity stuff. Prepare to face Midgardsormr, red-maned worm of the Dragon Star, and nemesis of my world. This is not the faded spectre that you know, or a mortal conjured simulacrum. You will contend with a true incarnation of the Father of Dragons, at the height of his power and glory. Omega, wait! You can't force Caetsu to fight 2 battles back to back. She needs time to regain her strength. She must be allowed to recuperate, or the data for your testing will be skewed. Beep. Acknowledged. Test subject Caetsu Chaiji, you are permitted to leave. Re-enter the test world when your strength has returned to optimal levels. Quack. Indeed. Alpha seems distressed, and Sid is nowhere in sight. Caetsu, I'm right here. I don't think you can see me, but I'm standing next to Alpha. He's glitching it out, huh? My apologies. It was not my intention to undermine the gravity of the situation with this diversion. I'd noticed the kettle was boiled and thought some tea would soothe my nerves. I poured myself a cup and was halfway through drinking it before I realized my hand, not to mention the rest of me, had turned invisible. I understand the situation is unsettling, but I assure you I can still work unimpeded. Now, we had best discuss how to approach. Oh, it seems to have worn off. Quack, quack, quack. Now, you're not to blame. I did ask you to fill the kettle after all. And I'd forgotten what Nera had said about your cart producing water with, unexpected properties. Although it seems the effects were rather different this time. In any case, it was pleasant to have a distraction from our greater woes, however brief. We'll set the rest of the water aside for now, and decide what to do with it later. Right, Caetsu, we need to talk about your forthcoming contest with Midgardsormr. Watching through the monitor, I could see that this worm appeared different to the one we know. From everything we've heard thus far, it seems that Omega and Midgardsormr both hail from different stars, two distant worlds at war with one another. As a result of that conflict, the worm was forced to gather his offspring and leave his home behind. And after evading Omega's pursuit over the course of an unimaginable journey, the Father of Dragons arrived here on our world. I'm assuming the entity you're facing is a younger, more vital Midgardsormr, just as he was when Omega first encountered him, thousands of years in the past. A formidable foe indeed. Even so, I must find a way to defeat him. Aye, hopefully Omega's imperfect data will contain a flaw we can exploit. It certainly doesn't help matters that Omega's little surprise isn't registered as an official test subject. I can't even use the terminals to search for the most basic information. With that in mind, Caetsu, I have a proposal. I wish to leave the completion of this supplemental stage entirely in your heroic hands. Rather than twiddle my thumbs whilst you prepare to contend with the dragon, I mean instead to work on a strategy for our inevitable confrontation with Omega. And then, my friend, we will put a stop to this mad machine once and for all. He can't hear us from here, can he? What did you call me? Nothing. I'm glad we're in agreement. I'll ready my tools, and you ready yours. You have a worm to slay. What is happening in the party right now? Nothing? Yeah, I see that. Why do we have 5 tanks and 3 healers? We need them. Now we have 7 tanks. Well, this is certainly the most chaotic raid series we've had, isn't it? Minimum item level 1 healer, 7 tanks, O10N. I mean, if we can't do it for some reason, we will have to hop out. But if we can do it, then I see no reason to not have fun with it. Just keep in mind that we have only 1 healer, so that means if I die, we have a problem. Oh look, he gives damage down with his mechanic. Feels like savage raiding. And then he does it again. Right. That's a donut. I wasn't sure, and if I was wrong, then it would have been a cross and I would have died. So it wasn't worth the risk. What chaos? I mean, it doesn't feel like significantly slower. All the immortal keys. I'll dot them all. Oh, right. Nothing to hit with my earthly star, and I'm sure he's going to not land his tank in time, or will he? Wow, incredible, Sib. Why? But why? I'm sorry, Mia. I didn't have anything for you because I was busy recovering from something else, because some person, some moderator was memeing on me. Wow! A tank limit break. I hope it lasts for the tank buster there. It did. Such chaos. And we weren't even fighting chaos. Amokia says easier than a normal team. It would have been if we had two healers. The problem is, as me being the only person that could res, I had the position of not being allowed to fail a single time. So it's not easier for me. It was not easier for me. Another stunning victory, Caetsu. I felt a breath catch in my throat on more than one occasion. So, I'm just saying it in stream, I'm imposing a rule that is we're using a proper group with, you know, 2 healers, 2 tanks and 4 DPS. Why are we doing that? Well, last time I did a stream where we basically just went lol memes teams all the way through, around the 3rd roulette or so, people were starting to be like, this is not that fun to watch. This is not that entertaining, because it's just weird jank. So we're doing it right. We're already doing minimum item level. Sip max 2 tanks, so if you bring multiple warriors, you won't be like you will break that rule. Yet, even as I watched the battle rage, I was struck by an idle thought. Did you notice the resemblance between Midgardsormr and Shinryu? Unlike most primals, Shinryu's form had no basis in any system of belief. I've heard the theory that the summoner was simply influenced by the majesty and power of the elder primal Bahamut. But now I'm beginning to think there might be another explanation, that the primal took its shape from the ancestor of all dragons on Hydaelyn. The widely held concept of how a dragon appears has, for centuries upon centuries, been rooted in depictions of Midgardsormr. The summoner may not have even sought to imitate him specifically. Subconscious thoughts and memories alone could have guided the similarity, not that I have any way of confirming this theory, of course. Nevertheless, it is interesting that Shinryu's summoning should lead us to awakening Omega. A strange twist of fate when you consider the machine's connection to Midgardsormr. Well, whatever else Destiny has in store, you have already bested the opponent that Omega itself failed to overcome. A feat worthy of celebration, I'd say. Your move, Omega. Beep. Shutdown initiated. All core experiments and supplemental testing concluded. Discarding test worlds, system resources rerouting to primary operations. Congratulations, Alpha Group. As the last surviving test subjects, you have removed every challenger on your path to reach me. I too am eager to meet you in battle. The margin of error I observed between my simulations and your practical performance against Midgardsormr necessitates direct and immediate analysis. Beep. Confrontation imminent. Prepare for unmitigated hostilities, then activate the relocation device to enter the arena. This is it then. Omega's power might seem overwhelming, but trust in old Sid. I have a fair idea of where its weakness lies. And I've been working on something to exploit that vulnerability. I just need a little more time to repair. First things first, we make a few adjustments here, like so. Ah, Alpha, do you have any of those tricks and tools left over? I want us to have as many options as possible, so let's lay our cards on the table, as it were. What do we have here? Some sort of gem, a couple of stones. And one single card. This makes things bigger, does it? Or is it smaller? I don't know. Right, it was foolish of me to even ask. We'd best leave you in charge of when and how to use your special tools. Ah yes, I almost forgot. I'm sure you'll do fine. Here, you should carry this as well. I filled an empty bottle with the invisibility water from the kettle. It might just prove useful in the right situation. Listen to me, Alpha. Up until now, Omega has poked and prodded us from one mad experiment to the next, and honestly, we have no idea what might happen in there. But between us, I believe we have the knowledge and the skills to prevail. If you see a chance to make a difference, I want you to take it. All you need is faith in yourself, and a little courage to see it through. Determined, Chocobo. A determined Kwe. Right, Jesse should have that device put together by now. Let's head outside, shall we? Alpha like, right, let me just pick up my stuff again that you asked me to spread all over the floor, technically. Oh. I'll head straight back to Ralga's Reach and collect my new toy. I do still need to run through a final inspection, so feel free to rest in town in the meantime. We'll discuss strategy the moment I'm finished. Quack! Quack quack! Alpha seems concerned for Sid's well-being. You have a feeling he wants you to follow him. Ah, yes. The spying spot. Someone says, "You're looking a bit shaky there, old friend." Nero, they let you out of bed, did they? Ugh. After studying the data collected from the battle between Omega and Shinryu, one has led to a certain conclusion. Of all the Primal's attacks, Shinryu's burst of lightning was the one thing that pierced the machine's defenses. Omega, it would seem, is vulnerable to electrical energy. Aye, all the available evidence supports such a theory. There's likely an intrinsic weakness that even Omega itself cannot fully compensate for. Yet, be that as it may, I imagine it can still shrug off shocks generated by ordinary means. We'll need to hit it with a truly gargantuan blast of energy. And so you made that. You based it on Midas's design, didn't you? The plans for the lunar transmitter. When my father was establishing a connection between the transmitter and Dalamut, he invented a method for accumulating and converting energy on a vast scale. Too vast, as it turned out, but the technology which leveled an entire town may be exactly the tool we need for the task at hand. I've made my own improvements and triple-checked the calculations. On parchment, the idea is sound, and Jesse had done a fine job assembling the parts. I fail to see the problem. What are you afraid of, Garland? I don't know. The device should give us the edge we need. 'Tis just... Whenever I look at it, I'm taken back to those dark days after the incident. I remember bodies melted by searing heat. I remember the bereaved and feel the weight of their silent accusations. I remember the Empire's remorseless response. We turned outwards in search of answers, but the inventions we created to ensure our future were used instead to destroy lives, to wage war. And that's why I fled. I came to Eorzea and swore to only employ technology for benevolent ends. But naught is ever so straightforward. Every connection I've forged with the people of this realm reminds me of that fact. Often the act of living itself is a never-ending struggle against a world determined to oppose you. I wonder if this would show up if we hadn't done Alexander yet. You can have the best of intentions and still cause hurt to yourself or others. It is in confronting these wounds that we learn the better path, how to grasp those moments of true contentment. What drivel? You never used to bother with all this tedious introspection. Feeling our mortality, are we? Mayhap I am. I had no such hesitation when I was a student. It was all bright and shiny innovation on the double, and later consequences be damned. Now, though, I don't mind thinking through the outcomes and taking the time to produce just one rigorously tested and carefully designed invention. There's a reflection, I think, of just how much there is in this world I care about, now aside from myself. Ugh, I don't understand you at all. But I suppose, if anything, Omega and its unfettered testing methods represent the student you once were. If you insist that your present self is the better one, then you'd best prove it with that device of yours. I suppose I must. Although, it is hardly fair to compare my youth to Omega's solitary existence. I always had the second best student in class pushing me to excel. I seem to recall a twinge of irritation anytime he would outscore me on an exam. I've been out of bed too long. I'd better go and lie down if I fall over or vomit. First Alpha, and now you. Come to check on my progress, have you? Well, I'm happy to report that everything is set and ready to go. Once you're finished with restocking and repairing or whatever it is you adventurers do, then we can head back to the Rift and confirm our strategy. Apologies for the delay, but I think you'll agree the Ironworks' latest invention was worth the wait. This is the control module for something I've dubbed the Omega Jammer. It will allow you to generate a colossal burst of lightning at any point of your choosing. The effect won't disable Omega itself, of course, but it should be strong enough to knock out its armaments. I'll remain here and operate the main body of the device. I want to do everything in my power as an engineer to ensure that you emerge the victor. It all comes down to this. Two fights left. Is Sip here? Sip does look completely out of place as a Viera to me. Because he's usually a Lalafell. You know, Amokius, I feel like this motorcycle is an excellent example of one of those where they didn't adjust the size to match perfectly with the tallest of races. Just me. Or what? Because it feels weirdly small. It's a mini cycle. Well, it certainly is when you're sitting on it. That unicorn mount is always so ridiculous. Its entire head part is just 50% of its body mass. It's chicken tender time. And larboard starboard time. No, that's a tank bust, isn't it? Oh, right. It helps if I'm actually reading what the boss is doing, isn't it? I didn't even see what he was casting, but it turns out it was starboard. What? Yeah, Mustard Bomb hits, like, actually ridiculously hard. So even with mitigation, it can be quite overwhelming. But it all came in a quite awkward combination all at once. I remember when people were doing this specific fight with blue mages to get the new actions, back when the max level was increased to 70, that it was not a very popular task to be the tank, because Omega just hits so hard, Mustard Bomb or not, that you had to basically maintain Diamondback for every single second where you didn't need to do anything else. It almost felt like. Nice. Remember, we don't want to greed on those. The punishment is a stacking damage down debuff. So if you're greeding on it because more damage, just remember that we're all going to lose on that. Very nice. Gleaming says, I explained Starboard at Larbord to my friend who doesn't play this game, and they were like, this is why the term Larbord was retired for port. Because the Larbord at least gave a default, or what? Time to mash the extra button, as many people as possible. Nice. But wouldn't Larbord have been better than Port? Like, if Omega's left attack was Port, I don't think it would have been it wouldn't have been better. I'm pretty sure it would have been worse for that. I have a card! Oh, you always forget to map your duty actions. Well, Gleaming, this is your perfect opportunity to remember it right now. Right. Hands! We all thought Omega was actually a robot, but all along he's a fist mage. I cast fist. Oh, starboard. And then what? Starboard. Starboard. And start. You really like starboard. Like, really likes him some starboard. Nice. It said Alphascape complete. Mustard bomb, more like tactical nuke on minimum level. Yeah, it hits so hard. That the thing is, the reason why Blue Mage is viewed as that scary is because I've talked about this before. Blue Mage tanks are like, it's basically like they just like put like a little shield under their name tag and now they're a tank. Like, yeah, they're going to take less damage than other tanks, but all of your defensive cooldowns have cast times and you don't have very many defensive cooldowns, which means that if you have to spam them, well, you only have Diamond back. Like, at the end of the day, you ultimately only really have Diamond back. Like, Chelonian Gate and Dragon Force are there, but ultimately the only one that you can really use repeatedly is going to be Diamond back, and it's very expensive. What do you get from Omega? A concussion. Well, you get all of this. I believe it's the final boss we get more stuff from. Oh, as Blue Mage, you get you get Mustard Bomb, and you get, I think it's called Peripheral and Peripheral Synthesis or something like that. The one where you summon a fist. And the thing is, both of them are supposed to have synergy with each other because they apply a debuff that makes like each other do more stuff. The problem is that the debuff itself is like some sort of crowd control, so it doesn't really work on bosses, if I recall correctly, and if it does, it has diminishing returns, which means that it's going to run out within a few casts. Caetsu! By the gods, you've done it! You defeated Omega! We've won! Well, Flamethrower is usually something you'd have before that, but you're right, that would make sense that he would also give Flamethrower. Beep. Analysis. Subjects displayed erratic levels of combat capability. Failure to exploit opportunities to inflict unavoidable damage. Noted tendency for isolated errors to compound and adversely affect performance. Conversely, subjects observed to launch attacks at sporadic intervals with unexpected force. Stated phenomenon increasingly prevalent once my structural integrity reached critical levels. Adrenaline-induced frenzy suspected. Furthermore, degree and manner of inconsistency varies from subject to subject. Unpredictability difficult to counter. Beep, boop. I observed similar anomalies during my battle with Midgardsormr, but the phenomenon appears far more pronounced in weaker opponents. Bro just said, and they did their 2-minute burst right. I do not understand. Your physiology must include some enhancement function that I cannot detect. I'm so confused that I sprung back to life. Bunch of proggers. My programming demands I assimilate this capability. Beep. Insufficient data. I must reassess my methods and devise a more exhaustive testing and combat protocol. What in the rift? I will now fly away. I have determined the optimal form for this experiment. I am floaty anomalying Omega, prioritizing physical reconfiguration, diverting energy from interspatial maintenance, collapsing rift. My fork half a second after being left in the microwave. Omega, wait! There's nothing outside this rift but empty space. We'll be cast out into the void. Affirmative. Your demise was factored into my determinations. The probability of hostile subjects interfering with the reconfiguration process was unacceptably high. I acknowledge your value as test subjects, but you are not irreplaceable. Once my reassembly is complete, I will send Alpha to lure in new mortals. Testing will continue. Beep. Ending communications. Yeah, we're going to die if you do that. And? So? It's even worse. He was like, exactly. I think we're being drawn away. Run, Kaetsu, run! I think Alpha had found a conveyor belt. Space. I love space. Gets booted to main menu. Character's just gone. Wow. Could you imagine? That would be an incredibly bold finale of like an RPG. Beep. Interspatial domain resources cut by 82%. Entering dormant mode. Commencing automated memory scan. Oh. Here's your screensaver, everyone. Well, it'll probably be easier without my face on it, but this is where you go to get your screensaver. You just do this. Just hide the UI and there you go. Oh, you beat me? Nah. Just you just get booted to your desktop and the game is deleted. Data file. ***. Target. Midgardsormr. Departure from planetary atmosphere confirmed. Presence of 7 distinct life forms detected in close vicinity of target. Irrelevant. Sir indicates no change to existing directive. Commencing pursuit. Data file. ****. Distance to target increasing. Velocity insufficient. Dismantling and reconfiguring chassis. Velocity increase achieved. Overall performance maintained at 96%. Data file. ****. Asteroid build cleared. Repairing damage and continuing pursuit. Performance at 72% and falling. Data file. ****. Signal from star lost. I suppose this data file redacted. Signal from redacted lost. Local interference suspected. Attempting to re-establish contact. Failure. Executing current mission directive until communications are restored. Performance at 59%. Data file redacted. Struck by electromagnetic pulse while navigating redacted quadrant. Partial systems failure. Homing coordinates lost. Beep. Assessment. I am an evolving weapon construct. Acquire adaptations through combat. Repeat until capabilities enable rediscovery of return route. Mission directive unchanged. That is pretty funny, because he would never be able to rediscover the return route. If the information is lost, then the information is lost. He doesn't evolve to remember, presumably. But that sounds right about Kiss. Data file. Data file. Data file. Alpha. An abject failure. I erased his memory. Implanted a compulsion to return to me. Data file redacted. Damaged. Repairing. Damaged. Repairing. 33%. Data file redacted. Passing frozen star. Passing barren star. Passing vortex star. Passing dying star. Operating on minimum energy. No signal detected. No response to beep. All you need is faith in yourself, and a little courage to see it through. Data file redacted. No. Target lost. Last known coordinates recorded on planet redacted. An arena. I guess that's where we're fighting. Yeah, it makes sense because he doesn't because he's a machine, he has his programming to follow. The only thing he knows is that he needs to evolve. That's it. So If he doesn't know how to return home, there's only one thing he can do. And that's evolve until he can. Because he doesn't know anything else, right? That makes sense. Alpha, your homing instinct is functioning as designed. Evidence suggests your fellow Alpha Group subjects perished when the rift contracted. Unavoidable. There's a multitude of their kind. The next experiment will go forward as planned. Such protestations are wasted energy. This does not aid you in executing your assigned task. Just as I pursue my directives, so must you fulfill your role. Our purpose justifies our existence. It's the smallest Kai. She has gone even further beyond. Beep. Intrusion detected. Oh, thanks, Alpha. That was some marathon. Now, who was saying our feathered companion here was obsolete? He put his tools to work even as the rift began to collapse, shrank us down, and turned us invisible. Also, he could bring you a little surprise. But he had to keep it quiet, or you'd realize we'd survived. He had to trust that we were still clinging on, even as he ran through that endless freezing void. You wanted to test us, Omega. So let the experiment begin. Oh, that's an epic line. Beep. Illogical. Alpha had no reason to take such action. How do you continue to defy my projections? Beep. Error. Beep. Error. Beep. Error. Insufficient data. Adjusting experiment protocol. I will engage you in battle now. I must have my answers. Blech. Time for the ultimate form. I am become a man. Yeah, oh no, he is hot! Fighting in this form should provide me with a new level of understanding. Insight into your physiology, your mindset, your mortality. We'll show you how weaklings fight. Acknowledged. Do not practice restraint. The more I learn from you, the stronger I will become. The closer the distant stars will grow. Commencing final experiment. Testing will continue until I unlock the nature of your anomalous strength. He didn't turn into a Lala. Can't see this going well for him. Wouldn't that be interesting if he actually turned into a creature that was like somewhat reminiscent of your character, and you just, when you're in the fight, everyone can, like, each person sees what they are supposed to see. It's gamer time. That would be incredibly cool. Guys who remembers which buff means to split them. Well, they'll have a beam between each other if you need to split them. So for me, it shows as a huge error message. Oh. Maybe, hypothetically, because it's a long time where he's just like flying through the world without knowing what to do. Maybe the time where he stopped being able to return home was when something happened with Sir. Solar Ray. Oh boy. That's a lot of damage. Lot of damn. Many damage. Oh. This is such a good fight. Even on normal, it can be quite challenging in my opinion. I feel like Omega forgot something when he decided to make his legs, or her legs, into swords. I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to be how it works. It's a man, which means it's a circle AoE. Look like this. It's best to put both of them on the edge, mainly so that you have the most possible space to get knocked at. You're welcome. The lady is the knockback. You have to stand near the lady. So you get them near the edge, and then you like watch which one is the lady, and then you make sure to get knocked from her. Preferably not into the boys' circle. I don't know if they will both land if you do that. Now we all have an indicator saying which one we should be attacking. So if you have the red one, attack the guy. If you have the blue one, attack the girl. Hmm. Okay, now they have, let's see, combat capabilities increased with proximity to counterpart. I think you're supposed to move them apart, but I'm not 100% sure. Stack marker. That's a ridiculous amount of damage. That was crazy. Just constantly damage and damage and damage to react to. I completely forgot about playing my cards because I just was focused on healing people all the time. But I had to play cards simply because it's MP recovery, which I also needed. It is very fun. I wasn't complaining. I was just stating what was happening. It's pure chaos. No, that was 09. Beep. Failure. Beep. Defeated. I wanted to understand you, to assimilate your strengths. Alpha. Your gesture serves no logical purpose. You're as incomprehensible as these mortals. Beep, but you did not fight them. How have you become like them? Omega, the anomaly you see in us, the answer you search for. It is our heart, our spirit, the intangible strength of one's soul. It is not a quality that can be measured or acquired through any amount of analytical combat. Instead of fighting against us, you might have learned more by standing with us, just as Alpha did. Heart. Speak of something more than what beats in your chest. The inconstant, immeasurable factor behind your victories. Midgardsormr displayed it too, but such unpredictable potential was never part of my design. I have, however, a little bow on my back. The projection. Had I integrated this quality, how powerful would I have become? Strong enough to return? Nay, Omega. I'm afraid it doesn't work like that. It was a long, lonely path you traveled to arrive here. To return across that vast distance alone, anyone with the spirit to break would find the journey more difficult, not less so. True. I see. I think I understand. The rift, it's destabilizing. Gods take me for a fool. I hadn't planned past defeating Omega.
Chief, Caetsu, Alpha, hold on, we're coming.
That is a random friend in need, eh? Wench, and Biggs is with him. On the back of a huge dragon? Raise Velga! But how? Yes, both. Midgardsormr sent us to rescue you. Explanations can wait. Hop on, quick! Space dragon! All the soup is gone! No more soup? Raise Velga, wasn't it? Oh, thanks. You pulled us out of a tight spot indeed. Spare me thy pleasantries, mortal. I but lent my wings at the request of my sire. Ah, so Midgardsormr has been watching over us. I would dare give thanks to him as well. His intervention allowed us to continue our battle, and forevermore remove the threat of Omega from this world. From all worlds. In all the long centuries of mine existence, this marketh the first occasion my father hath asked of me a boon. A gift of gratitude and, mayhap, of atonement for those who would face the deadly foe he left behind. Will he remain in slumber? "'Tis likely, little one. What is but a fleeting respite for my sire might last a lesser creature's lifetime. But let not thy heart be troubled. Even in dream, he doth keep his mind's eye upon the fate of this star. He is possessed of remarkable devotion, is mayhap the closest word in the tongue of men. His love is as boundless as the sea of stars, across which he carried his unhatched brood. It did sustain him, even as the arduous journey exhausted the fire in his mane, and when he at last arrived upon Heidelin, a sanctuary for his children, did he form with this land an irreplaceable bond. Enough. I have spoken over much, but I will praise your victory, as my father would surely wish to were he here. Well, I can add being rescued by a great worm to the list of things I didn't expect to happen today. It was fortunate Hraesvelga agreed to come for us. We had to defeat Omega at any cost, of course, but I much prefer being alive to celebrate the deed. Indeed. Whew, I'm so glad we got you out of there. I don't know what we would have done if Hraesvelga hadn't come along. The situation being what it was, Witch and I came out to the yawn to see if we could lend you a hand. Giant's orders be damned. That's when we saw the ether bubbling like hot water in a pot. Just as we were debating whether or not we should jump in, that big surly dragon flew down to explain the anomaly. Then he offered us a ride. And the rest you already know. Jesse will be relieved to hear that Omega is gone and you lot are safe. I say we head straight back to Ralga's Reach and let everyone know the good news. Alpha is staring quietly into the now empty yawn. Quah! So I'll be finishing up this quest, then I'll figure out where the quest line starts for the Four Lords storyline, and then we'll be taking a picture for next week's stream there, basically. Welcome back, Caetsu. You truly are a force to be reckoned with. If ever there's another Omega, I'd wager it'll skip the experiments and go straight to generating a simulacrum of you. Huh. That would have been more effective. Not that I'd want that to happen, and besides, I don't think anyone can truly mimic your unique strengths. You're our one-of-a-kind hero. So, does this mean we don't need to worry about Omega's monsters invading our world anymore? Aye, all of its creations vanished along with the rift itself. With Omega defeated, we averted that particular catastrophe before it began. Caetsu struck the killing blow, of course, but we never would have made it to that point without everyone's hard work and support. Once again, I'm sincerely grateful to be surrounded by such wonderful colleagues. Not to spoil the moment, Chief, but the Alliance leaders are anxious to learn of Omega's fate. When every head of state is clamoring for a report, we can't very well ignore them. How much do you mean to tell them? How much indeed? All of it. When it comes to a threat of Omega's magnitude, we have a duty to reassure our allies that the world is not coming to an end. And the best way to do that is to report every last detail. I'm surprised at you, Chief. I was almost certain you'd want to muddy the waters to prevent knowledge of this technology falling into the wrong hands or something similar. Ha! I doubt anyone outside of our particular circle would even believe the tale. Experiments taking place in a rift between dimensions, facing off against villains recreated from history and legend, battling godlike beings from other worlds, and even assuming some ambitious fellow schemed to build an Omega of his own. The technology required is as far beyond our reach as that terrible weapon's homestar. A distant dream. Not that distant.
Right, you heard the Chief. We missed our chance on the front lines, but there's plenty of work left to be done. Round up everyone who's standing idle and get moving on those reports, and don't forget to contact our people still out in the field.
Thank you, Jesse. I'll leave things in your capable...
Not so fast, Master Garland. You count as part of the support team as well. Kaitsu did all the fighting, and Alpha did all that running, but surely you have energy to spare? Who exactly did you expect to sign off on those official reports? And even without that little chore, you have a pile of other company tasks that's grown ass high. to an Aurochs, while you've been tending to this whole Omega business.
Omega business.
Most importantly, isn't there someone else you should be sharing this victory with?
I should probably head over to the infirmary right away. Meanwhile, you should take a well-earned rest. I don't think there's a way to properly reward you for all you've accomplished, but I'll see what we can do. I'm just glad to have everyone back in one piece. Take care of yourself, Kaitsu.
What are your plans now, Alpha? With Omega gone, you're your own juggalo now. You can do whatever you want. Anything at all.
Explore the world.
You want to go outside? Did you have some place in mind?
Come on, Wedge. Get those Lalafell legs moving. I'll leave without you.
On my way.
Alpha seems eager to see what Ralgo's Reach has to offer. We'll go for a walk.
Quack.
Yeah, I do believe the Four Lords starts somewhere in the Ruby Sea, but I'm not sure exactly where. I'll look up the NPC once I've completed this. Alpha appears to be watching the inhabitants of Ralgo's Reach with great interest.
Where?
He got promoted to sitting in my minicycle. Well, there you go. That is not the worst place to be, I don't think.
Quack.
Nero's not here?
Huh?
No, Chief. He said he needed time away for recuperation, and then he left. Recuperation? His wounds must be troubling him more than he let on. He asked me to give you this. What's this? A receipt for payment. It covers the cost for the following items: additional machine parts and implements, supplemental reference publications, expenses incurred in upgrading Magitech armor and gunhammer. That was not anything they needed. Funds spent on idle research during enforced convalescence. Oh, and it also includes a large sum listed as a gratuity for exceptional services rendered. The entire amount was charged in your name, Master Garland. Find him! I want everyone searching for Nero right now! Everyone!
Quack? Quack, quack.
Alpha C appears to sense the solemn purpose of this place. A gentle pet might rouse him from his sudden melancholy.
Quack, quack.
B says it's right by the entrance to Yangsha, I believe. Thank you.
Oh, hello. What are you two up to?
Taking in the sights, were you? By the looks of things, you're eager to venture a little further afield. Well, if Kaitsu has no problem with it, then neither do I. Just don't go too foul, right? Not good enough? I'm sorry, Alpha, but we're all a bit too busy to show you around the fringes right now. And I'm not too sure about sending you out there alone.
When you think about it, this world is completely new to Alpha, and all he's done so far is travel back and forth between the Reach and the Yawn. I bet his head is filled with questions and curiosity. He doesn't want to be taken for a walk. He wants to go on an adventure. Alpha's not some helpless chick, Biggs. He's stronger than you or me, and I wish I was half as brave. He should be allowed to. Listen, I'm going to talk to the chief about this. You're an employee, so there are certain rules we have to follow.
I'm not saying I'm against the idea, and I'm willing to admit that Wedge has a point. But as I said, we've all got important jobs to take care of, the chief included. Can you wait a little longer?
Kaetsu, would you mind keeping Alpha company until we get back? I promise we'll be quick.
It does seem a little funny when a Lalafell kneels down to interact with Alpha. Let me get even further down to talk with you. Sorry to keep you waiting. My desk was covered in paperwork, but I've managed to clear away the most pressing matters.
Paper what?
Now then, Alpha, I hear your heart's set on a journey of some kind. I just want to be sure, but you aren't leaving because you think you tricked us into the rift, or because you're Omega's creation or anything like that, are you? I would have stopped you if that was the case. Pure curiosity, on the other hand, is something I like to encourage. Exploring, interacting with the world, I think the experience will be good for him. Despite Omega's power, its potential to learn was hobbled by hostile directives. Alpha, on the other hand, is free to grow as he pleases. Very well, Alpha. As the Chief Engineer of Garland Ironworks, I hereby grant you unlimited leave to pursue personal research. Travel far and wide and take in everything these lands have to offer, but do come back when you're ready. I'd hate to lose such a valuable employee.
Alpha, I'll miss you so much.
Aww.
You be careful out there. If anyone seems suspicious or shady, you stay away from them, even if they offer you treats.
Treatos.
And make sure you greet folks with a cheerful quay. They might not understand you, but at least they'll know you mean no harm. I'm sure you'll make new friends in no time. You just be yourself, you hear me?
Target acquired.
What in the hells?
Oh, we forgot to shut it down. This is a model Omega that Wedge and I were working on. We built it while we were resting, thinking it might be useful for figuring out strategies or something. Not much use now, I suppose. What? You want to keep it? It's just a toy that'll follow you around. If you're happy with that, then it's all yours. Until it isn't a toy. Fair journey to you, Alpha. Take care. Thank you, Caetsu. I'm off to see the world. Surprise! I spoke English all along. Something amiss? That's strange. The Echo never allowed you to understand it before. This is just a theory, mind you, but assuming the absence of a soul is what prevented you from hearing Alpha's voice in the first place, then does it not follow that the reason you hear it now is... Aye, a little miracle, and explains his sudden urge to travel. For newborn soul, this world is brimming with unseen wonders. And if anyone thinks this sounds cheesy, this is actually like in the realm of possibility in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. I do believe it is explained at some point. I believe it's an Endwalker. But at this point in the story, I don't know if anyone wouldn't be like, oh, that's a little random. Out on the open road, and here he is too. Captain writes a ridiculously enormous receipt. And so, your journey begins. I almost envy you, Alpha. So many new things for you to discover. Speaking of which, what terrible marvels can I trouble my old friend with next? I didn't expect this part of the story to take like 20 minutes, by the way. But we have to have this part. Uh-oh. Oh, nice, a light. I hope Alpha enjoys his adventures. There's so much danger out there for one little chocobo. No, I'm sure he'll be fine, and dwelling on such things is not productive in the least. Why don't we discuss a happier subject, like your long-awaited bonus? We drained the coffers to fund your expedition, but why settle for coin when you can have the latest in automaton technology? That's right, we're gifting your premium mammoth the one-of-a-kind master model for merchandise copies constructed with our patented ironworks quality. I present to you the Clockwork Alpha. Wow, and music! Radical! Whenever you bring it out on your travels, may it remind you of the real Alpha, quaying along under some distant sky. Just the thought of it brings a smile to my face. That, and the free advertising. Of course, the free advertising, I mean. Naturally. Indubitably. We basically managed to finish exactly on time, which of course means that I'm a little bit behind. And we're taking the screenshot or the picture for next week's thumbnail, where we will be doing the Fall Lord storyline. And then we'll be taking a picture for next week's schedule, which will just be in an inn, as it usually is. And that will be that, pretty much. So, yeah. Oh, you're already here and ready. Well, we kind of need Soroban on the picture. That was just perfect, Amokius. Just that. Oh, right. Oh, you couldn't see him. If you can't see him, then that is actually incredibly accurate placement of that emote, Amokius. Like, actually impressive. Right, so make sure to do an emote you would like. I'm thinking that I'll be facing the camera like this. So you do an emote you would like. If you would like a facial expression to go with that, then make sure to do that after your emote. It might be difficult if you're really far on the right. So, like, if you can come a little closer, Siren, that would be nice. Just remember that Amokius is right there. When you had to pause each individual person one at a time. Oh, that is perfect. You are glowing. It's a very wide picture. Right. Perfect. Lots of people. Very wonderful. I always feel a little bad when, like, there's people that are like they just left and are like, oh well, the picture. I know that Sip might have decided to just scoot because he wanted to do something else. There's also a possibility he just didn't want to be in the picture specifically. It's okay, Siren. I'll try my best to have everyone on the thumbnail. I can say right now, unfortunately, that you know how I also make like a community post. That picture is like more square. I will not be able to have everyone on that picture, but I will try my best to get everyone on the thumbnail. You went out of your way to come for the picture, so I'll try my best. I think we can have everyone. I'm pretty sure we can have everyone on the thumbnail. Right, so that of course means that Kugane is the closest place. I sparkle enough I'm there in spirit. Yeah, thank you all for joining and coming for the picture and coming for the raid and everything. I think we got a lot more out of it by doing it at minimum item level. I feel like we might have been pushing it a little bit with the Lomao 1 healer ult and then 7 tanks run, but other than that, I feel like that was really good. It's tea. Yeah, it was fun. I just know, like, the thing is, I don't mind that we get, like, crazy with groups sometimes. It's just more that if we've planned to do it like that, that's, like, a different story. But I do remember that we had, like, I believe we had a run, we had a stream called Oops, All Healers. And we decided, because we had the people, that it wasn't just Oops, All Healers, meaning I was going to be healer in all the daily roulettes. It meant 4 healers for expert roulette, 4 healers for level 90 dungeon, 4 healers for 5, 6, 7, 8, 5 healers for leveling, and so on and so forth. And I do specifically remember that someone said in the group, like by trial roulette or leveling roulette or something, that it was getting old, because there's a difference between going, oops, all healers, can we do it? And being like, yes, we obviously can, right? It's basically just, it's just making everything take an eternity, but we obviously can. And like, that's of course different than healer and 7 tanks. And I don't mind doing it a little bit, but if we do, like, if we do it through the entire raid, I feel like that might detract from the actual experience of, like, the specific purpose of re-experiencing the raid, if we then just meme on it, right? I also remember the Oops All Summoner run. Yeah, exactly. There's space to meme for one. I'm glad you didn't mind that we had to go back to serious time after that. I am wondering if we would even have been able to do it if we were still 7 by the by the last few bosses, especially with O12, how much overwhelming force that one was bringing. But yeah, if you... Thank you so much, Ymir. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. You're crazy. Thank you so much. And that of course means welcome back to the Cult of the Pink membership, Zach and Reen, I know for certain, and I believe welcome for the first time to Ivan, Aaron, and Mirzo, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, thank you so much, Ymir. I really appreciate it. That of course means that you have some new emotes, everyone, that you have access to, and you have... you will, if you connect your YouTube account to your Discord account, you get like a pretty pink color for your name on the Discord server and a role to match. Thank you, Ymir. Good night to you. I will get back to my ending spiel as well. If you did enjoy the wonderful people you've seen on this stream, remember that there is a Discord community server you can join, where you will find me and a lot of these wonderful people, among others Ymir, and you will also find the weekly schedule, which I will be updating tomorrow. It's usually Sunday or Monday, where you can see what else is happening on the week. You can also see the announcement channel, where I post a link whenever there's a new video, a new stream, maybe I'm doing a video premiere, whatever it is. It usually shows up there first. And you can also go into the role assignments and grab the reminder role if you would like me to notify you whenever I do these things. You get a little notification whenever I post a video or make a stream. You will also get a notification about 15 minutes before, like, time-sensitive stuff, like a stream starting. And if you did enjoy this stream, then it would help me a lot if you leave a like on the stream in the YouTube stuff. I believe it's down there, you know, the thumbs up thing. That tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and other people should watch it. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And that leaves us to have to put Smol Caetsu to bed. So, good night. Good night.